soul alive.
Voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pains.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today. No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us so alive. Can you hear the cry? Can you hear the cry? From the broken land, from the wounded hearts. Nigeria, they bleed. People, they cry. Tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day we still their call.
Oh, yeah. Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Oh, oh, in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
Holding on.
in the ashes. Hope remains, love can heal the deepest pains.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today. No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
Thus Solomon finished the house of the Lord and the king's house, and all that came into Solomon's heart to make in the house of the Lord, and in his own house he prosperously effected. And the Lord appeared to Solomon by night and said to him, I have heard your prayer and have chosen this place to myself for a house of sacrifice. If I shut up heaven, that there be no rain, or if I command the locusts to devour the land, or if I send pestilence among my people, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Now my eyes shall be open and my ears attent to the prayer that is made in this place. For now I have chosen and sanctified this house, that my name may be there forever, and my eyes and my heart shall be there perpetually. And as for you, if you will walk before me, as David your father walked, and do according to all that I have commanded you, and shall observe my statutes and my judgments, then will I establish the throne of my kingdom according to as I have covenanted with David your father, saying, there shall not fail you as a man to be ruler in Israel. But if you turn away and forsake my statutes and my commandments, which I have set before you, and shall go and serve other gods and worship them, then will I pluck them up from the roots out of my land which I have given them, and this house which I have sanctified for my name will I cast out of my sight, and will make it to be a proverb and a byword among nations. And this house which is high shall be an astonishment to every one that passes by it, so that he shall say, why has the Lord done thus to this land and to this house? And it shall be answered, because they forsook the Lord God of their fathers, which brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, and laid hold on other gods, and worshiped them and served them. Therefore has he brought all this evil upon them.
More Christians are killed for their faith in Nigeria than anywhere else in the world. Since 2009, Islamic jihadists have murdered more than 50,000 Christians in Nigeria, and more than 20,000 churches, schools, and religious institutions have been destroyed, most burned to the ground. Scores of Christians and several others were kidnapped over Holy Week. Nigerian officials have been, unfortunately, complicit in facilitating these atrocities. At the state level, a dozen Nigerian states implement Islamist blasphemy and Sharia laws. At the federal level, the government looks the other way at Islamist violence. The result is, unsurprisingly, yet more jihadist violence. Last year, I introduced the Nigeria Religious Freedom Accountability Act, which would require placing Nigeria back on the country of particular concern list and impose sanctions on officials involved in enforcing blasphemy and Sharia laws. The U.S. government knows who they are at both the local level and the federal level, and they should be held accountable. I'm sorry to say that Nigerian officials are, at a minimum, in denial of the government's role. In October, several officials, including the Deputy Speaker of the Nigerian House and the Chairman of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, and a range of anonymous officials linked to the President, directly attacked me for saying that, quote, officials in Nigeria are ignoring or even facilitating the mass murder of Christians by Islamic jihadists. Last year, I met with a delegation of top Nigerian defense and security officials. They said they were committed to ending the violence. I told them I would judge their commitment by the results. Those results have yet to materialize. President Trump has established that the United States will use all tools of statecraft to counter the violence. He ordered that Nigeria be added to the CPC list, and in December he ordered the Department of War to target ISIS terrorists in response to their massacre of Christians. I'll note that the Nigerian government said at the time that it welcomed and indeed requested the actions. I find their statements to be somewhere between hypocritical and infuriating. In December, the president said that jihadists had been targeting Christians in Nigeria, quote, at levels not seen for many years and even centuries. What does the situation look like now, several months later, and what can and should the United States do to stop the mass murder of Christians?
Turn 'em up. From Biafra land to the whole world. Now who they talk? The voice of Biafra. We know they hide again, we don't show face. True don't wake up in no 50 race. From village squad to overseas, everybody they have frequency. We they stand the dig bar, no shaking. No more silence, we they breaking. From the east side to the diaspora, now we be the real voice of Biafra. Biafra, make them hear us. Biafra, nobody can stop us. Biafra, fire they burn. Anywhere you they make you tune and turn. Signal down strong, we don't reach everywhere. From Africa go Europe, then they hear I'm clear. We they talk truth, we know they fear.
Simple fact is radicalized Islamists are running amok in Nigeria. They're terrorizing moderate Muslims, they're terrorizing Christians, and they are targeting Christians. That cannot be disputed. And while we see many people trying to emphasize the outside issues, lifestyle, who owns land, who is the herder, et cetera, they want to emphasize that those are the key drivers and that they're the key drivers of everything but religion. And I and many others, and I'm not just talking about those of us on this committee or Americans, I'm talking about religious leaders in Nigeria, believe religion is one of, if not the main driver of targeted violence right now. We just heard from Bishop Anagbe. A week and a half ago, I talked to President Magaji. President Magaji is the president of my own, he's the Nigerian president of my own faith sect, the Christian Reformed Church. We have 400,000, mostly from a Dutch background, 400,000 participants and members here in North America between the United States and Canada. We have 500,000 in Nigeria. We are essentially an African church that happens to be headquartered in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And I want to ask this question, because this seems to be sort of part of the central argument. Well, this isn't necessary. Well, certainly the Trump administration believed it was necessary the first go around. And I want to ask this question. Did things improve when the Biden administration removed the CPC?
Thank you for your question, Representative Hyde.
And just for the record, I'm seeing a number of heads shaking no in the right behind you. And these are people that may have a little better information than what the American media is, and they're all nodding their head right now. So go ahead.
Thank you for your question, Representative Huizenga. As you mentioned, violence has increased over the last several years. It was unfortunate that the Biden administration chose to remove Nigeria as a CPC in 2021 and 2022 and 2023. And President Trump's bold action to redesignate them is a wake-up call to the Nigerian government. And as you mentioned, extremist religious ideology is, of course, a primary motivator of these attacks. The attackers themselves use religious language. They target churches. They target Christians on holidays.
Yeah, and absolutely. It was Christmas Eve of 2023 when 200 people were murdered, killed in a church. Now, I want to ask this. So one question was, did things improve? I think the answer is no on that. Here's the question. Proportionally, do we see Christians killing Muslims in Christian areas of Nigeria the way that we are seeing radicalized Islamists killing Christians in Muslim areas of Nigeria?
What I can tell you, Representative Huizenga, is that Christians are disproportionately targeted based on their population.
Exactly. And by the way, for those that you can't pick up with the microphones, there's audible yeses behind you. Again, the people that are watching who are nodding their heads. Why? Because they have lived this. Their families have lived this. I went to school with kids from Nigeria. I've got neighbors who've been missionaries there, who have family there, who have friends there, who know this is going on. Yet we've got not just the mass media, we got people within Congress denying that this is happening, or certainly de-emphasizing it. It ought to be outrageous that it is Christians, moderate Muslims, anyone being terrorized by these radicalized Islamists in Nigeria, and we've got the Tinubu government sitting back and not doing enough. And I recently just was interviewed by Nigerian television, Arise TV, and that was really their question. Is the Tinubu government doing enough? And I had to answer, no, they are not. And I do not understand how a delegation can come here to the United States and downplay and come up with all of these other excuses as to why this is allowed to happen. It should be rejected and should be called out for what it is. And I've got a couple of other questions that my time has expired that I'm going to have to go and ask for them in written responses. But one of them I need to highlight is in Benue State, there's 1.4 million people who are considered internally displaced. Understanding that the administration has supported refugee assistance in dozens of other countries since taking office, what humanitarian assistance support are you providing or plan to provide to the IDPs in Benue and Taraba states, where many of those Christian communities reside? And I'll have to take the answer in writing. And Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, just to show the breadth of this, I want to submit for the record remarks from the chairman of the Financial Services Committee, French Hill from Arkansas, who also serves on the
in a country where you can get the death penalty for criticizing a religion. And we'll talk about that if I have time to get to questions. That is not okay. That is not acceptable. That is not a value that America should ever stand by and allow. We are allowed to have whatever opinions we want in this country, no matter how reprehensible they may be. We should demand that from others if they wish for our aid and assistance. But what I'm most tired of is the delusional belief that if we all just sit down around some sort of hypothetical drum circle, as I heard earlier, that we can resolve our differences. People are being killed, and it requires people to stand up and use force to keep them and to make them safe. I'd like to ask the ambassador, since 2009, it's believed 19,000 Christian churches have been destroyed. My question to you is, was that a coincidence? Were they just like randomly targeting buildings and these 19,000 buildings happened to be churches, or were they targeted because they were churches?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. As my colleague has said, and the Trump administration strongly believes that there has been a disproportionate number of attacks on Christian communities, which is the reason for the designation.
Okay. And so let me follow up with this. Why do you think Joe Biden decided, given this was going on, we're all good, we're taking this away, everything's going to be fine now? What led to this delusional strategy that led to the deaths of Christian people?
I can't speak to that decision.
What do you think?
I would say that there was probably a discussion around strategic interests, but the performance did not achieve the result intended, which is why this administration has made a decision that we need to see more performance in this area in terms of security for all Nigerians, but especially to tackle this particular problem.
Okay. I'd like to ask Mr. McGee a question. What is the administration's position, and how strongly have you encouraged the Nigerian government as it relates to blasphemy laws? You know, this idea, you talked about problems that people are having there. They go to jail for years because of their words, because of their criticism. Not saying I agree with their criticism all the time, but all they're doing is they're not threatening anyone, they're not killing anyone, but somehow they go to jail for blasphemy, something unfortunately many people moving to this country want to impose on us here. What has the administration done to say to that, that's not okay, we're not going to abide by that?
So it is unacceptable in a free and democratic society to have blasphemy laws, period. They are not only imposing on somebody's free speech, but they're also imposing on their right to practice their own religion freely. And when blasphemy laws are used as a tool by the mob, or bandits, whatever you want to call them, to attack Christians, it shows that blasphemy laws are a problem per se. It's one of the reasons, one of the many reasons why the Trump administration opposes these laws, and it's one of the reasons why Nigeria is on the CPC list, because these Sharia laws are being used as a bludgeon against Christians oftentimes.
Well, I want to thank you both for being here, and I will close by thanking President Trump for being willing to go after Muslim terror wherever it rears its ugly head around the world. Thank you, Mr.
Voice of Biafra, voice of freedom, voice of truth for every generation, voice of Biafra, Afro Biafra.
From the land of the rising sun, from the land of courage, from the people of truth, rising above every silence, speaking hope to the world.
Voice of Biafra,
Voice of freedom,
voice of truth for every generation,
voice of Biafra,
voice of
are you ready to be held accountable if indeed your comments, your actions and inactions are found to have incited people to violence?
Which laws have been broken, can I ask?
Well,
and even more so, which incitement to violence has been done? You know, I appreciate the prior remarks and context regarding different issues in Nigeria. I would say that it's despicable to try to compare me to anything in Rwanda. It truly is disgusting. When have I called to murder one person? I have never once called for anybody to be murdered. I have called for people to be protected. That the government is not doing their job.
Alex, maybe not directly.
Slaughtered.
Maybe not directly. You maybe not directly calling for revenge attacks, but from what you're telling the people, they get more agitated, and this leads to
defend themselves.
Violence.
Yes,
killing. To defend themselves. But we have the government and security
Could you not
agencies.
Protect your own daughter and son from being killed by terrorists? Is that wrong? Is that harmful rhetoric? To protect your families from terrorists? Because it's Christians that we're saying to protect themselves? Everybody should protect themselves. And anybody in their right mind, if they are being threatened, if their daughter, mother, father, anybody is being threatened to be killed, it is their right to protect themselves. If you cannot live in peace and you cannot protect yourself, what country is this? I mean, if you can't live, what is that? Anybody in their right mind would not want their families to be killed. And that's all I call for. If the government is failing to protect you, you should protect yourselves from people who would take your life. There's nothing wrong about that. There's nothing breaking a law about that. There's nothing evil in that. And from my understanding, even in Muslim and Christianity, you should protect yourself from threats. I'm not saying to go and take up arms and go murder the government. I've never called for that. I've never called for anybody to be murdered. I've never called to do anything regarding the government. I said, protect yourselves from people who would threaten your life.
Well,
and there's nothing wrong with that. No law has been broken.
There are also claims that there was a meeting you held with the local population, and after, talking to them, there was a reprisal, a revenge attack that also led to the death of two other people in Plateau State.
That was already done before I arrived. What I noticed was the burning in the fire, the people had taken revenge, and that fire was actually where the attack happened, which I found out after I had left Angwarukuba. So they had killed two people, innocent people that were Muslims from what I was told, in revenge for the original attack. And those two people were in Akeke, from what I was told. And so they were killed before I arrived. So it's a false narrative to try to say, oh, because this person came that they went and did this. For 2 decades, have Christians not taken revenge after being attacked in Jos? This is nothing new. It's been happening for 20 years. Let me tell you this. The founder of the ministry that I work with in Jos, he was murdered by Muslims in front of the university. He was on the way back from a funeral because it was the middle of a crisis. He was cut into pieces. His body parts into pieces in the middle of a crisis. This was 7-8 years ago. I wasn't there. So it's a false narrative to try to say that, oh, because a white man came, all of a sudden people are killing people. For decades, people are killing people.
Alex, you said something earlier that Muslims are also being killed. You talked about Zamfara, Katsina State.
Absolutely.
So why continue pushing a narrative that appears to support what they call now the Christian genocide? The question is, why does it appear your activity in Plateau State and indeed Benue State is making an already bad situation worse?
I would first pose the question, what that has been done has made it worse?
Well, your comments and the rhetorics you're pushing, calling on the local population to defend themselves.
Yeah, so I don't really see which comment has been insightful. I have called that, one, the terrorism should end, that the government should be doing everything in their power to protect innocent people, Muslim and Christian alike. I've been very vocal about, obviously, the Christians who are being killed across Plateau, Benue, Taraba, those types of states. But I've never rejected, and I've directly talked about the violence happening in Zamfara, in Katsina, in Sokoto, and Kwara. I mean, the ones who were killed in the Woro massacre, which you're very aware about, were primarily Muslim people. There's still hundreds of people that are in captivity that were kidnapped, both in Kwara, and then also, we saw recently with ISWAP and Boko Haram in Borno State, hundreds of people that are still in captivity. And so The things that I have said, I would say that I would ask people to show me and tell me specifically what rhetoric and what words are causing anything. Because for me, I've called that, yes, innocent people should be defending themselves. You know, in America, we can do this. You know, in America, you have more guns than you do people. And so, you know, this type of issue can't even really happen in America.
But
because
this is, you know,
if I were to go to someone else's house, they would defend themselves. Yeah, no, it's 100% truth. Like I said, Muslims are being killed in Nigeria. This can't be questioned. It's a fact. But there's two things that I want to really be clear about, okay? If you say that Christians are being killed and there may be a Christian genocide, that doesn't mean that Muslims are not being killed in Nigeria. And so I want to be very clear about that. What I am saying and what I have seen with my own eyes and what I've heard from Christians and Muslims alike in Nigeria, there's two things. In Zamfara, in Borno, Kwara, Katsina, Sokoto, Muslims are being killed. Muslims are being kidnapped. Hundreds and hundreds, thousands of villages have been burned. It's pure evil. Across the Middle Belt, specifically in Plateau, Kaduna, Benue, Taraba, the truth is that Christians are directly being targeted. That can't even be disputed. And the question that I would ask is, if this is not the case, how many Muslims and how many Fulani people have been killed? How many of their villages have been burned in these states? So again, I'm only referring to Plateau, Taraba, Benue, Kaduna, those places. Fulani cattle herders are not killing their own people. They're not burning their own villages. They're going and targeting Christians in their villages. And so that is why we are saying, okay, in these states, Christians are being targeted. We're not saying Muslims are not being killed and Muslims are not suffering across Nigeria, because they are. That's the truth. It's a fact. And I've never said anything different than that.
All right, Alex, I would ask you now, it has been alleged that, you know, you're serving the interest of foreign influences. How do you explain allegations that, you know, you were invited by a certain aide to the former governor of Benue State to push certain political agenda in Nigeria?
If I were to respond to every allegation, I would never move from a newsroom. The reality is that people will continue to allege anything they desire, anything they think. And what I would say is, if you want to allege something, then there needs to be evidence or proof of such. You can't just say that I'm going to allege that this person is this person is that, this person has done that, but I have no proof of that actually being done. So if someone wants to say, oh, this person is CIA, he's a foreign operative, foreign agent, what shows that I'm a foreign agent or a foreign operative? Is there any type of proof or evidence at all? And even more so, which CIA operative or foreign agent is in the public eye? I mean, everything about me is public. I don't try to hide anything. You can see my life, my history, where I played football, what state I'm from, where I do work, what countries I go to, what I've built. I'm very open. I have nothing to hide. So it's on the burden of the people to show proof, not for me to disprove false allegations with no proof.
All right, countries. Is this about a push for Nigeria's mineral resources, or it is truly about peace and finding lasting solutions to the conflict? And how exactly are you even working with government whose primary responsibility is to ensure the safety of lives and property?
Which minerals have I sought? I haven't done anything regarding any minerals. I've never made comments regarding minerals. I've never touched a mineral. I build churches, I build schools, I rebuild villages that have been burned. I stand for the oppressed. I stand for freedom. I stand for the innocent people to protect themselves from terrorists and people that would take their lives. I've never discussed minerals. I have no interest in minerals. I don't even know what minerals there are in Nigeria. I know there's tin because I saw tin miners mining in Barkinladi. So I don't know where these allegations come from outside of people that simply are trying to slander, trying to spread misinformation and propaganda, to try to silence me, to discredit me, to try to shade over the work and the things that I am saying and what I am doing. But the reality is that truth is my greatest defense. Because truth cannot be argued. A fact cannot be argued. Allegations can be argued. And this is an allegation.
All right,
but when there's no proof and there's no facts, there's nothing for me to say. I can't disprove what there's nothing to respond to.
All right, then. Alex, what next for you? You know, you have left the country. You deny claims or allegations or claims that, you know, your visa was revoked, but now you have left Nigeria. You're in Florida. Are there plans to return to continue with your work?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, I actually went to Kwara. I wasn't even supposed to be in Plateau during this mission. I went to Kwara to rebuild Woro. And when I got there, between the government, the governor, the chairman, military. They said that we're not allowed to rebuild Woro Village. They said there was a heightened security risk in that area. And so I had to reshape everything. I had to drive 20 hours through the night back to Plateau to figure out what I'm going to do and to reallocate those funds specifically for building in Barkin Ladi. And so I'm waiting to still go back to Kwara to build for Woro. I have money specifically for that in the account for rebuilding. And so we're currently drilling. We're rebuilding a village in Barkin Ladi. And so we even did some building in Kebi. And so, yes, I absolutely have plans to be coming back to continue that work. You know, that is what I do. And I'm waiting to go to Woro.
Alex, who is funding you? Who's funding your works?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very open about this. So in America, when it comes to nonprofits, the primary people that fund these types of organizations are, one, you have individual people that give to charity. That's how nonprofits are primarily funded. Two, you have churches that give, and then you have also organizations that give. And so you have three pools of people that if they believe in what you're doing, they believe in the work that you're doing and how it's being done or whatever it is, then they support you with funds. This is how it works in America and
what do they want
countries all around the world.
And what do they want in return?
There's nothing in return. You don't get anything. It's charitable. So you give without any type of expectation of being given anything back. So that's how it works for charities and nonprofit organizations, which Building Zion is a nonprofit organization.
Are you committed to seeing lasting peace or seeing the government, restore lasting peace to Nigeria and ensure that both Christians and Muslim population are protected?
The answer is yes, unequivocally. To me, it's actually a shame that I even need to speak regarding injustice in the killings. And I would actually completely agree with what you just talked about, that if there was justice, I wouldn't even need to say a word. I would prefer that I could come and build a school, build a church in peace, not have to say a word to anybody, not be in the public eye. That's how I began in Nigeria. But because of how much injustice I saw and how every time I come, I'm getting reports from all these pastors, everybody kill. I'm like, how can I be silent? And so when I see those things, I'm like, truth needs to be told, justice needs to be served, and we need to speak for the innocent, speak for the oppressed. And so I am on the side of peace. I wish there was peace. I wish Muslim and Christian alike that people did not have to be killed. Whether I disagree with your beliefs or not, that's okay. I'm not going to kill you because I disagree.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground, nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall every single day, we still there call.
Oh, yeah. Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears, you can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, faith still rising,
holding on.
in the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pain.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today. No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive. Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices crying in chains. Silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
Holding on.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed. People, Nigeria, they bleed. People, they cry. Tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day, we still their call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight. Mothers praying through the night. Fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices crying in chains. Silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising.
Holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains.
Greetings from here and welcome to VOB. Are we coming out loud?
Yes,
Yes,
Mr. Information Minister.
Okay, thank you, and welcome to Politics Insight on Voice of Biafra Television. And we are sorry for the break in transmission and the technical issues that has delayed us this far. And with us in the studio today, we have our honorable guest from America, and I would be the one to make the introduction. I will bring in the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile, and he will take it over from here. Honorable Prime Minister, His Excellency Honorable Okechukwu, welcome to the show. The floor is yours, sir.
thank you from here, and greetings, lovers all over the world, Biafrans and friends from Biafrans. So we have our guests in the studio here, and we also have our lobby, Honorable Elias. Honorable Elias, please, you have to be the one to introduce and bring the one and only special guest we have today. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll just do a brief introduction of the ambassador, and then you and the ambassador will go straight into the interview. So Ambassador Tibor Nagy is one of the most highly respected State Department officials and career diplomats in Washington, D.C. It's a pleasure to have benefited from his friendship and his guidance and counsel. I've said this before. I've known many State Department officials, both current and former, but Ambassador Nagy is truly unique. He's someone who not only has a passion for Africa, but a passion for justice, which is quite extraordinary. And it's an honor to have him as a friend and someone who I've learned a tremendous amount from. So it's an honor to be here with the ambassador to give just a very brief, abridged version of his biography, because I know we're short on time. Ambassador Tibor Nagy held the position of Undersecretary for Management between June to April of 2025 and Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs from 2018 to 2021. From 2003 to 2018, Ambassador Nagy was Vice Provost for International Affairs at Texas Tech University. He also lectured nationally on Africa, foreign policy, and U.S. diplomacy, and advised 2 presidential campaigns during his tenure. He was the U.S. ambassador to Ethiopia from 1999 to 2002, a period which included the Ethiopia-Eritrean War and a robust anti-terrorism campaign. Previously, he was ambassador to Guinea after serving as deputy ambassador in Nigeria, Cameroon, and Togo. He also had assignments in Zambia, the Seychelles, Washington, D.C., and an earlier tour in Ethiopia. Ambassador Nagy arrived in the U.S. as a political refugee from Hungary and received his BA from Texas Tech University and MSA from George Washington University. His U.S. State Department awards include commendations for helping prevent famine in Ethiopia, supporting the evacuation of Americans from Sierra Leone during combat, supporting efforts to end the Ethiopian-Eritrean War, and managing the U.S. Embassy in Lagos, Nigeria during political and economic crises. He was selected as runner-up for Deputy Chief of Mission of the Year in 1995 and knighted by the President of Guinea in 1999. Ambassador Nagy contributed periodic op-ed pieces and co-authored the nonfiction winner of the 2014 Paris Book Festival on managing difficult international environments, Kiss Your Latte Goodbye. So without further ado, I turn it over to Ambassador Nagy and you, Mr. Prime Minister, who will be interviewing the ambassador. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Elias, for that fine introduction. And Ambassador Nagy, welcome to Voice of Biafra. Let's go straight to the question. I know we have a lot of questions for you, and we appreciate your time. Ambassador Nagy, what have been your history of engagement with Nigeria throughout your storied multi-decade career? You have been Deputy Ambassador of Nigeria during a tumultuous time of Nigerian history in the 90s, and then dealt with the country as Assistant Secretary of State of Africa Affairs between 2018 and 2021.
Yes, thank you very much. And I am just honored to be on this broadcast. Thanks very much again, Elias, for the introduction. I've been interested in Nigeria actually since I was a student back at Texas Tech, because the Biafra War was going on when I was a student. and I followed the events there very, very closely. Then, since all of my career was dedicated to Africa, we say in the American diplomatic service that you are not really an Africanist unless you have a tour in Nigeria. So I was very honored to be picked as the deputy ambassador back in the early 1990s, and I served a very distinguished American ambassador, Ambassador Walter Carrington, who many Nigerians still remember as being a champion for freedom. During my time in Nigeria, it was the military dictatorship. And because I got to know the country, I fell in love with the country and the people. I've been following Nigeria very closely ever since. It has broken my heart to see what such a country with incredible potential has suffered because of bad governance and other things. So for me, Nigeria is obviously one of the most critically important countries, not just in Africa, but frankly in the world.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Ambassador, why do you have a passion for justice for the people of Biafra, as well as similar groups such as Ambazoni?
Yeah, that's also a great question, because I mentioned just a minute ago that I know the incredible potential that Nigeria has. And I also know, specific to Biafra, that it is the part of Nigeria that contains so many resources. It is actually the part of Nigeria that makes the country rich. And also, as I said, I've been following events in Biafra since I was a student. I saw the incredible suffering that the people endured during the Biafran War. And even now, I've been following closely how the people of Biafra do not get the share of resources. They do not get the investments. And the after effects of the Biafran War, which was more than 50 years ago, that there's still some after effects which the people are suffering from. So like a couple of other places in Africa, it's tragic, and the people of Biafra deserve much, much better than what they're getting today.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. The Biafra Republic government in exile has focused on promoting the U.S. recognition of Christian genocide in Nigeria and had aggressively engaged in lobbying campaign for such recognition in parallel with other advocates such as the Christian community and organization. These have been successful, with President Trump declaring Christian genocide in Nigeria. From our perspective, this allows for normalization on discussion of the concept of an independent Christian state in the form of Biafra. What are your thoughts about President Trump and the White House declaration about Christian genocide on Nigeria and steps taken to hold the Nigerian government accountable?
Yeah, the whole issue of Christian suffering in Nigeria, as you know, has been quite controversial in the United States, has gone back and forth. And the people who deny Christian suffering use an argument which I would label as plain sophistry, because people say, people who object to the concept of Christian suffering say, oh, you know, if you look at Nigeria, there are many more Muslims who die because of terrorism and violence and extremism than Christians. And what those people refuse to admit is that there are several consecutive crises going on in Nigeria at the same time. Because you can look at what's going on in the Northeast, which is absolutely, it's a heavily Muslim area. So the violence that's going on in the Northeast is between terrorist organizations and the Muslim population. central north part of Nigeria, it's kidnappings. Again, a heavily Muslim part of Nigeria. Northwest Nigeria is starting to be impacted by local groups and also by some of the terrorist organizations in the Sahel. Again, an Islamic area. But if you look at the area where the Christians are being targeted, which is central Nigeria and now in the southeast, the overwhelming number of victims are Christians, and the victimizers, the people that are perpetrating the violence, happen to be Muslim groups. You know, I'm specifically referring to herder-farmer violence in central Nigeria, where the herders, the Fulani, are overwhelmingly Muslim, and the farmers tend to be overwhelmingly Christian. So there is, in fact, a horrendous problem with Christian violence in Nigeria. And thankfully, the Trump administration is taken it very seriously, unlike the previous Biden administration.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. What are your thoughts on the interconnection between the Nigerian Christian persecution issue ties in with the Biafra aspiration?
Yeah, again, I understand, and from my studies, the region that is Biafra is overwhelmingly Christian. And leaders of Biafra, like yourselves, have been very loud in pointing out the egregious injustice that is happening to Nigeria's Christian population. And, you know, there are also political forces at work, which we can talk about later, which also is very much against the Christians. So as a very heavily Christian part of Nigeria, the Biafrans have been you know, very notable in pointing out the injustice and the persecution. So God bless you for that.
Thank you, Ambassador. The Biafra Republic government in exile brigade heavily invests in time and energy on lobbying and advocacy in Washington, D.C. We have retained a professional lobbying firm, while the Neo Biafran movement has existed since the late 90s. A professional Biafran lobbying campaign led by Brigade in Washington, D.C. is very recent phenomenon, being less than 2 years old. Due to this change in strategy, in some ways, we have more success in the past 2 years than the previous 20. We have two questions relating this to ask. Can you explain to Biafran people why high-level lobbying and educating U.S. officials on the Biafran issue is critical?
Sure. Number one, I am not a lobbyist. I have never been a lobbyist. I don't get any money for the causes I support. But causes like yours, to get the kind of attention in Washington that it needs, in my view, really does need a professional lobbyist, and I'll tell you why. Let's be honest here. If you were to survey most of the members of the U.S. Congress, people who work for the president in the White House, even people in the State Department, very, very few people would ever have heard of Biafra. Obviously, everybody has heard of Nigeria, given its size and importance, but very few people would have heard about Biafra. Not too many people even know about the problem of Christians in Nigeria, although recently there has been some publicity. So to get people, especially policymaking important people, to pay attention to your cause, to your issues, there needs to be a sophisticated, strategic, and high-level information and education campaign. And frankly speaking, in the American system, to get that kind of education, to get that information around, you need somebody with influence amongst American policymakers. That's why hiring somebody, engaging somebody like Elias's company makes absolute sense, for, as I said, a cause like yours. African countries don't necessarily need a lobbyist because they have an embassy, although many African countries do engage lobbyists to promote their particular causes. So for you to have people pay attention to what's going on in Biafra, it makes absolute common sense for you to engage a lobbyist.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. In addition to the preliminary successes the Biafran lobby has had, where would you point to as lobbying successes, past or current, for group similar to the Biafrans?
Yeah, for groups such as yours, lobbying is really about the only way that they can get their cause into the attention of American policymakers. So I would point in the past, liberation struggles, which were trying to get justice for their cause, the African National Congress, leading to the freedom in South Africa, the Sudan People's Liberation Movement. Now you have successful efforts. For example, Somaliland. Like you, Somaliland has gotten a lot of attention recently. Your friends across the border in Anglophone Cameroon, southern Cameroons, the Ambazonians, they're also trying to pursue their cause for justice. So again, these are the kind of causes that get the best efforts through engaging with the lobbyists in Washington.
Thank you, Ambassador. So what you're saying is that what Biafra Republic government is doing is the right way to get the attention of U.S. government, and the right way to also get our freedom, correct?
Absolutely. And again, it means engaging the right person, because unfortunately, as with anything, there are some people who are very effective at doing this, and there are other people who are not so effective at doing this. So it's essential for you to engage somebody who knows the people in Congress, who knows the people in the White House, who knows who does what at the U.S. Department of State, to make sure that your cause is promoted the way that you want to promote it.
Thank you very much, and special thank you to our lobby, Elias, for being our voice in Washington. Thank you, Elias. The Biafra Republic government in exile has trans-action approach in engaging the U.S. government, making beneficial offers in the area of defense, security, and natural resources in exchange for U.S. political support, similar to what Somaliland is doing. What are your thoughts on this approach?
Okay, so, I am not now speaking for the U.S. government. That's very important to say. I am no longer working for the U.S. government. I've now retired 4 times, so currently I'm retired. But obviously, Biafra has incredible natural resources. Biafra has incredible human resources. So, if you're offering that kind of a transactional deal, then in my view, that would be looked at positively, from especially people in the Trump administration, because as you mentioned, President Trump has been a very transactional president. He's not looking for, long-term this or long-term that. He's looking for what is the interest of the United States of America. And as Secretary of State Marco Rubio himself says, whenever the United States engages overseas, it should meet one of 3 qualifications. Does it make America more secure? Does it make America stronger? Does it make America more prosperous? So what you are wanting to offer obviously would meet, I think, all 3 of those criteria.
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador. But Ambassador, we believe that your voice matters. You might retired, but you still ambassador, and we believe that U.S. government still listening to you. Thank you very much. As a follow-up for the previous question, Biafra Republic government in exile, which is Brigade, I think you already answered that question. So let me just go on. And for years, the Nigerian government has used terrorism in the country as an excuse to ask for arms sale to Nigeria. Instead of using the weapon to fight Boko Haram, either the Nigerian government will use the weapon to engage in military action against Biafra or provide those weapons to so-called reintegrate terrorists. Now, there is a shift towards direct U.S. counter-terrorism action in Nigeria, perhaps reflecting concern about the Nigerian military intention. So the question goes, what are your thoughts regarding arms sale to Nigeria? Should they block or at least condition attached the U.S. arm cannot be used against Biafrans and the
Okay.
Christian population?
Yes. So let's look at today's world. The truth is that any country or even movement with the funds is able to get weapons. You know, we've seen that around, whether it's good guys or bad guys. So the Nigerian military is going to get weapons. So I would be very much in favor of very strict conditionality on any U.S. arms sales to Nigeria. When I was Assistant Secretary of State for Africa, we saw the same thing with Cameroon, because we were providing Cameroon military assistance to fight against the Islamic extremists in the far north of Cameroon. But it turned out that some of that was being used against the Ambazonia movement. So at that time, the United States cut back on some of the military assistance to Cameroon. So in my view, given today's world, yes, it may as well do the military support, but it has to be with very strong conditionality, because if the United States doesn't engage in military support, then they turn to China, they turn to Russia, they turn to Belarus, other places. But conditionality is extremely important.
Thank you, Ambassador. And as also a follow-up to the previous question, Brigade has offered the U.S. military base in Biafran territory, which would provide the U.S. valuable access to the Gulf of Guinea. We know how important the Gulf of Guinea is. We believe this is valuable given increased terrorism in West Africa and the loss of U.S. presence in the Sahel. This idea of having U.S. military base in Biafra has been spoken about by foreign policy experts in Washington, D.C. What do you think of this idea?
Again, I cannot speak for the U.S. government, but obviously the United States is looking for strategic geopolitical areas for basing rights. So, in your engagement, that obviously would be something else that would be attractive for you to be putting on the table.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador. I also have another question regarding this. Can the Biafran military force, the Biafran Defense Force, Biafra Liberation Army, be an alternative for the U.S. in the area of Nigerian military, similar to how the Kurds have been helpful to U.S. in Middle East?
Well, right now, official U.S. government policy is to recognize Nigeria. So that kind of a question would only be applicable in the future if there's further political evolution that goes on. Because right now, the United States of America deals with the Nigerian military, not with other components. even in the case right now of Somaliland, which actually runs its own territory, it has an army, and I know that our own Pentagon would be very open to engaging with them, but their engagement is limited because the United States policy is still to view one Somalia instead of individually recognizing Somaliland. So, your situation probably would be similar. So it would depend on future evolution.
Thank you, Ambassador. Why our focus is achieving self-determination for Biafra, we do follow the event in broader Nigeria as well. Many have observed that Nigeria is no longer a democracy and is moving toward a one-party rule and is looking to rig the 2027 elections. What are your thoughts on this, and what should the U.S. reaction be if the 2027 election do end up being rigged? You may have a unique insight into this, given your time as U.S. Deputy Ambassador to Nigeria during the annulment of the 1993 election and the rise of Sani Abacha.
Yeah, I mentioned I was there when Bashir and Abiola actually won the election. I got to know him pretty well. And, he was an extremely frustrated man because I think the results were obvious to everybody, but Sani Abacha, Sani Abacha made himself the ruler of Nigeria. So Nigeria's had a very precarious political past, and it is in very dangerous territory again. You gentlemen all know that there was an understanding, not formal, but an informal understanding, that Muslim presidents would be followed by Christian presidents. And there was also an understanding that if the president was Muslim, the vice president would be Christian, and vice versa. And we also know now that that agreement has been broken. We've had Muslim presidents now, I think, for, if I'm right, for over 10 years. So the political situation is precarious. There have been some fairly influential people recently, including some of your human rights champions, who have cautioned that if people don't look out, then the country's on its way to the same road that unfortunately we have seen in some other African countries of it becoming a single party state. I think, when democracy was restored and Obasanjo became president, I think it was a very well-devised plan to make sure that there would be at least two, if not more, national political parties. And it would be tragic for the rest of Nigeria if that system was now overthrown.
Thank you, Ambassador. Would a turn of Nigeria to one-party rule also provide even greater reason and justification for Biafra aspirations?
Well, that's obviously up to the people of Biafra and the people of Nigeria. That's not the kind of decision that anybody outside can make for you. But, that's definitely something that I'm sure that your leaders would put into the equation, because I understand that the whole thrust for what you're wanting to achieve is coming because the people feel marginalized. They feel like second-class citizens. They feel like they have not been getting their share of the national treasures, even though they are providing much more than their share to the nation. So, that's the kind of frustration that leads people to look around and say, there must be a better way to do this.
Thank you, Ambassador. I know because of time, we still have a few more minutes left. From our conversation in Washington, D.C., U.S. officials are open to exploring possibility with us, which by their own admission, they will not have even considered just one or two of these years ago. We suspect that this is not only due to our education campaign, but also U.S. dissatisfaction with the Nigerian government. What are your thoughts on the performance of the Nigerian government, as well as how we can keep pushing the envelope forward?
You know, you are absolutely right. It's almost like a demand and a supply factor, because on the one hand, you have American policymakers who have become extremely disappointed in Nigeria. The victimization of Christians has been probably the most dramatic recent issue which has popped up, which American politicians and policymakers of all parties are looking at and saying, you know, this is absolutely wrong. But as we all know, sitting here, that Nigeria is undergoing a series of extremely difficult and very serious crises. Most countries, any one of which would be existential, but somehow, you know, you have to say the Nigerian people are extremely tough because they always get through these crises one after the other. But now they're going on at the same time. And with all of the crises going on, with all of the disappointment in Nigeria, all of a sudden you have your group, which is stepping forward, which is educating people and informing people about this solution that might be right in front of their eyes if they were to follow it or if they were to support it. So you have the interior factors and you have the exterior factors. And all I can say is that you are making your push at a very timely moment of history.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And you know, we always are going to be grateful for somebody like you with your voice, and also our lobby here, Elias. You know, we have already, you know, pushed a lot in Washington D.C. A lot have happened. A lot of education meeting after meeting, just like throughout last week. Even we traveled far and wide, all the way to even Florida. So it's just a lot. And the people of Nigeria, those that identify themselves as Nigeria, are crying. They are tired. They can't afford food to eat, no road, no electricity, nothing is working. Everything is just falling apart. The people themselves are tired. Thank you very much. And and
can I just can I just say one thing? You know, one thing I have noticed: Nigerians who leave Nigeria end up doing extremely well. When I was vice provost at Texas Tech, I was in charge of all the international programs, and we had quite a few Nigerian students. So among the international student groups, the top grades were received by the Chinese students, but the second group were the Nigerian students, and most of them were in engineering or business. And I've always said, when Nigerians do so well outside of Nigeria, why in the world cannot it be one of the greatest countries on earth? Nigerians should be able to do just as well inside Nigeria as they do outside of Nigeria. And unfortunately, what has been stopping them has been the government.
Yeah, you're absolutely right on that. Just because of the foundation of Nigeria, you know, is built on faulty foundation. You know, the division is just too much. That brought me to a former president called Goodluck Jonathan. Goodluck Jonathan quote from former president before him, like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Tafawa Balewa, and other before him, that they said that Nigeria, that the British government is trying to make it work, but the people are not making it work because the people are different. You know, so they always like if the Yoruba today happen to be the president, from the southeast Biafrans, they're not gonna like it. If the North happen to be the president, both the southwest, southeast, they have problem Then if it just don't just work. So I think the best thing is us to go our separate way, and that's where it's heading to. Thank God that US is doing what they're supposed to do as leader of the free world now, and I'm so happy because going to Washington for the past 2 years, Elias have really taken me on a journey. We have a lot of meet a lot of US. Actually, we have met with you, I believe, 3 or 4 times too. So, and what we hear coming from Washington, they are now beginning to shift, move from how they think about Nigeria before, because now they find out it's not going to work. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
And just one thing I want to add, Prime Minister, too. I think another timely aspect, and Ambassador, you might find this interesting, is that unlike in the 1960s during the first Biafran civil war, when you had a strong sense of Nigerian nationalism, because so many communities throughout Nigeria had been marginalized, unlike in the 1960s, a lot of Nigerians outside of Biafra, people from other tribes and other regions of the country, are not opposed to what the Biafrans are doing because they themselves have been victims of either bad governance in Nigeria or have been victims of terrorism and these general plights. So if you in monitoring and speaking with non-Biafrans, the mindset of a lot of not the government but the Nigerian people is, okay, if the Biafrans want to go, let them go, because we're also suffering a lot of the same issues. So I think the good thing is I don't think we're going to have a repeat of the 67 to 70 war, because a lot of people throughout the country see the flaws in the system and now personally relate to many of the things that the Biafrans have gone through. Granted, the Nigerian government is, of course, vociferously opposed to the to what the Biafran aspirations are. But putting the government aside, I think in terms of the general population, even outside of Biafra, there's a lot of, if not sympathy, at least understanding. And I don't think the Nigerian government will even have the moral support to engage in heavily militarized conflict against the Biafrans. I think what they're doing against the Biafrans is already unpopular throughout the country. Even many non-Biafrans have criticized the Nigerian government for their heavy-handedness in dealing with the Biafrans. And I think from a population perspective, I think many things are moving our way. Of course, the Nigerian government has its vested interests, and they'll be much more aggressive towards the Biafrans for the foreseeable future. So I just want to add that perspective as well.
Thank you very much, Elias. And Ambassador, I know we have thrown a lot of questions on you. You just have a few more to go. And it actually shocked me, and I believe it shocked other people when they see this, find out that the same people that have been massacred today, like the Middle Belt, both the minority in the North, these are the same people that fought against Biafra, killed Biafrans in million. Yeah. And these are the same people that years ago, all of them be campaigning one Nigeria to save Nigeria. The same Nigeria they try to save is killing them. So they themselves, I believe, they want to leave, they want to exit Nigeria. They are getting tired. We need to save the life of the Middle Belt, minority in the North, even the Muslim moderate, whether Muslim moderate or whatever, no one deserves to die. So, each region just have to go their separate way. I believe even the North will live better on their own, the Southwest will be better on their own, the Southeast, which is Biafra, will be better on our own, and the Middle Belt, and they are good in agriculture, did not have a gold. There's gold in Zamfara, so the Southwest have minerals, and they also have a potential of surviving as a country of their own. We Biafrans also, we also survive on our own, of which if they don't, we will help them. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Ambassador, we have just two more questions for you. What are your thoughts on how Biafrans should frame the Biafran struggle to the U.S. government and to international audience who may be unfamiliar with the conflict?
I personally think that Elias is eminently qualified in that regard, because the way to do it is to present very much what you were just saying, is that Biafra, I think, historically, the term was used in the 17th century, in the 1600s. So there is a distinct history, there is a distinct people, there is a close historical record. Then you had the horrendous circumstances of the war, the incredible suffering. I forgot if it was up to 2 million people who died. Now you're a region of anywhere from, I don't think there's been a census, but I know estimates go from 50 million to 70 million people in the region, very heavily Christianized. The last thing Biafra would want is to have any part of Sharia law, which exists, I think, now in 19 northern states of Nigeria. So it's almost like, I've heard Elias, it was, I think, Michael Rubin, who referred to a second wave of decolonization, that the first wave of decolonization in Africa was against the European powers that had colonized it. Now, colonialism is not necessarily by somebody who's a different race, because being Hungarian, we were colonized by Austrians and Russians along with the Turks. So it can be that, in today's Africa, that some people see themselves being colonized by a fellow African ethnic group, and those forces are steering very quickly. So, information, education, the truth about what's going on, the truth that has gone on, and the kind of future that you want. I have never, said it has to be independence. My own campaign has always been for justice and equality and fairness for all of the people, and that's what I absolutely believe in, and that's the points that you should be making.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And that justice, that's where we are. Because when you mention of Sharia law, we are Christians, 100% Christians. From we Biafrans, that's who we are as Christians. Sharia law is a no-go for Biafran people. And these Islamic jihadist terrorists, with their own ideology, they said we must be converted to Islam, of which they want to Islamize us. So automatically the division is there. It's just we need justice, because it's not going to work. And justice have to play its own role, its own part here, since we are not going to accept that Sharia law. And it's part of the reason why all feeling the middle belt and even a minority in the north, and they are actually pushing it towards the Biafran territory to try to, see how they can penetrate with this so-called Sharia law and whatever they call it. Elias,
I just want to quickly add to this. This is not an overblown concern. This is a very legitimate concern. Senator Ted Cruz, for example, has introduced legislation addressing this issue of the spread of Sharia law in Nigeria. It's throughout the north, but what people are less aware of is that the radical Islamic politicians in Nigeria are trying to bring it into the Middle Belt and even into the South. So, for example, in some parts of the Southwest, what we call the Yoruba traditional territory, they're now discussing in some states the introduction of Sharia law, which is very, it's not native at all, because, Ambassador, as you know, the Yorubas, they're a mixture of Christian and Muslim. They tend to be very moderate. Sharia law is really not indigenous to those people at all. And even with the Biafrans, Sharia law has not yet been introduced, but now the Nigerian government, for example, we've noticed propaganda recently talking about this concept of Igbo Muslims, which is very strange. And we see this as the beginning of what they're already trying to do in the Southwest, of trying to now push Sharia law into the Southwest. So they're slowly bringing Sharia from the north into the Middle Belt and even in the South now, or parts of the South. And if they continue to do that, I do think there's going to be significant unrest in Nigeria, not just in Biafra, but throughout other parts of Nigeria, if they tried to impose Sharia on Christian or moderate Muslim populations.
Yeah.
And I think this is something the U.S. government has to be engaged on. Yeah.
Yeah, because people should remember that the reason South Sudan split off from Sudan was the whole issue of Sharia law, because the South Sudanese were Christians or animists. Like me, they like drinking their beer, and when the extremists tried to implement Sharia law, that really added to the desire for separation and freedom.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Before I find
Yeah,
my question,
let me add
information.
something there. Let me
Yes,
add
yeah,
something,
go ahead.
please. Ambassador, do you think with the Nigerian Constitution of 1999 having the Sharia law, since then down to this time, with the numbers of massacre of babies, women, and children that have gone so up to this very point, which also necessitated Senator Ted Cruz Accountability Act legislation invoked. We've seen like 5,191 in 2021. We've seen like 5,061 in 2022. We've seen 8,222 in 2023. We've seen 6,500 in 2024. 2025 has 7,500 Christians massacred. Looking at the future or in the next 2-3 years, do you think Christians have a hope or they will still be alive in Nigeria with the
Oh
Sharia
yeah,
law in the country?
absolutely. No, Christians absolutely have a hope, because they have to stand up and against this kind of what I call religious intolerance. If you remember when Sharia law was introduced in the northern states, the deal was that it would not apply to Christians. So when Ramadan came along, Christians were supposed to be able to continue their meals. Christians were supposed to be able to continue buying traditional beer and things like that, but that's not how it turned out. Now, when there's Ramadan in the Sharia states, everybody has to participate, whether they're Christian or Muslim, because they have their religious police. So, that, like I said, they tried it in Sudan, and the South Sudanese said, no, we are out of here. Take your Sharia law. If you want it, that's good for you, but we are Christians and we're not going to deal with it.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I think you just answered that question, that Christians have to stand up and have their own Christian country.
Yep.
Christians in the middle belt need to stand up if they want to live, and they will be well better off having their own territory and worship their God. Then those that want to worship Sharia, they can go and have their Sharia. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Finally, what message would you like to send to the Biafran people and supporters around the
Well,
world regarding international advocacy and the path forward?
my message is that the people of Biafra have the same rights to justice and equality and dignity as anybody else, and it's for them to decide how they want it and to struggle for it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you for being part of this program today. And I know that Biafrans and the lovers of freedom around the world will be very happy to see you on VOB, Voice of Biafra. And Minister of Information, what do you need, what do you have to say to our wonderful ambassador here, being in our
I
show
want to
today?
say a very big thank you to our wonderful ambassador who has been the friend of the Biafran people, the friend of the Christians, and the friend of everyone that do not carry machete to cut off heads of babies, women, and children in their communities. And that brings me to the conclusive question to our ambassador as he showers us the grace. Nigeria pays terrorists and reintegrate them into their military formations. Some people may be asking, if Nigeria wants to emulate America, where are they copying this kind of habit from? Is it okay
I
for Nigerian government to pay terrorists and reintegrate them into the military formations? When I went through some documentaries the last time, they said they are trying to use the terrorists by reintegrating them into their military formations to go after another terrorist. And these are the same terrorists that ruined their plan before they go out to attack the other terrorists. What do you have to say about this? Because I would have loved to
okay.
hear if America is reintegrating the ISIS or the Al Qaeda into the U.S. Department of War. Thank you, sir.
So do you turn the hyena into a guinea fowl by bringing the hyena into the guinea fowl house? I don't think so.
Ambassador, what is that not the same playbook of Afghanistan by Taliban, right?
Yeah, no. Anyway, listen, thanks so much for having me, and God
Thank
bless
you.
you, and God bless your struggle.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye
Thank
bye.
you very much for having you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Biafrans, we just, is this not wonderful having somebody like Ambassador Tibunage? Is that not wonderful? And on the 4th of May, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 2 p.m. Biafran time, we'll be having a Marco Rubin on our show. So please tune in as well. And, Marco Rubin is someone who we're really familiar with. And, he advocates for freedom of religion. He also advocates for freedom for oppressed one. So it's somebody that you will want to hear from him. Before we conclude, Honorable Minister of Information, I think you can take it from here. We have few, still have very few time. Then Elias, I think Elias, you go first before Minister of Information. He's the information minister, so he can wrap it up, and he will be the one to say we should stay or continue, because we are here in his territory. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, my honorable ministers. This was indeed a very historic and enlightening interview with Ambassador Tibor Naj, who's a very storied diplomat here in Washington, D.C., who's played a critical role on U.S. policy in Africa. This was indeed an extremely historic interview, and I'm very proud of both of you and appreciative to the ambassador for his generosity in participating in this program.
Thank you very much. Minister of Information.
Thank you so much. I don't know how to express my appreciation because every day we are making it work and we are making it better. I want to appreciate Honorable Elias for your good work for Biafra, and also our Honorable PM for doing what God has ordained you to do, because the tempo is getting high. So if ambassadors of America are telling you that reintegrating a terrorist into your military formation is a no-no idea, then it means Nigeria got this recommendation from a madman. Because it's only when you have some kind of recommendation from a madman that you will be tilting your head downward, and that will land you in the lagoon. And Nigeria has landed in the lagoon because that is what we are seeing today. Their military formations are overrun on a daily basis. And there is no day you sleep and wake up without hearing that babies, women, and children have been slaughtered, communities invaded. And the worst has happened that field marshals, generals, and commanders of the Nigerian military formations are taken down daily by the notorious Boko Haram terrorists. The list goes on and on. But like we said, Biafrans have hope because we have created the space for that. And Biafra Republic Government in Exile has done it. So I appreciate all Biafrans. Please key in to our next upcoming Politics Insight. It was good having our lobbies in the show and having our PM and having Ambassador Tibunash. Thank you all from here. It is Voice of Biafra Television. Bye for now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
From every village, every city, from homeland to diaspora, hope is rising again. Biafra now our only hope. Yes, now our only hope. Hope for today, hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Ha! We bring better news, make you head on clear. We get hope, now Biafra we dey see ya. Beautiful nation, shining bright justice and fairness. Now the light. Biafra go be one beautiful nation. Every Biafran go enjoy true freedom. Fine, fine country, shining nation. Justice and fairness. Justice and fairness. Everybody equal, one law for rich and poor. Leader or citizen, no different, justice go speak with confidence. No oppression, no discrimination, rule of law for the nation. Truth and justice go reign forever. Biafra go get strong and better. Where your home? Biafra. Who be your home? Biafra. Waiting be your country. Biafra. No more suffering and smiling, no more fear, no more hiding. Respect and dignity for all. Every citizen standing tall. Free education, rich university, healthcare for every community. No more dying, because no money. Life go better for everybody. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Stand up now, make we claim our Biafra now our destination. Women go deliver safe for hospital. Citizen go get support every month. Better roads go connect every city. Modern railways and airport. Clean water go flow for house. Electric light go shine every night. Security go protect every family. Day and night. Everything go right. You fit waka free for midnight. Go your road without fear. Kidnapping and violence disappear. Peace and progress everywhere. Mama and papa go get retirement benefits. Nobody go kill you for Biafra and go free. Now wahala, the person don't buy for him head. Oil and gas beneath our ground. Now the people will get the land, go control them. Resources go serve the people. Prosperity go spread for all. Anything we did for our land. Now our citizens go manage them. Development go reach every corner. Nobody go suffer again. No vote buying, no rigging game. Election fair and play. One woman, one vote. One man, one vote. Your voice go matter every day. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Hope for today, hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. tomorrow, no more pain, no more sorrow. Biafra, our home, our country, our future, our future. Biafra now our only hope. Love can heal the deepest pain.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day, we still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pain.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today. No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive. Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day, we still their call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
Holding on.
in the ashes. Hope remains, love can heal the deepest pains.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today. No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
Thanks for all you're doing. Thanks to North and South America.
There was
They won. Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can spotlight myself here, but and Maz's son is not here, so yeah, we just going to be there. Okay. Greetings to all the members of the cabinet here, reps admin. You are all welcome. This journey that we have embarked on, not going back. A lot is happening, and it shows that we are getting close, very, very close to our destination. Yes. Regent Fury just spoke not quite long ago. These people have done a lot of damage. It didn't start from them. It started from the top. Sometimes when you have a bad leadership, they can't put their house together. Even in a family circle, it's the same thing. Yes, you know what I'm talking about. But we have passed that stage. While some are looking for 10, 20, 50 men, we are more than millions. Biafrans are more than millions. We are not 1 million, not 2. And it's a journey that all of us we have to embark on, one way or the other. Every Biafra will contribute. Please, if you're one of the heroes out there, if you are not be counted among the 20 or 30 men, believe in yourself. Believe in who you are. Believe in what you're doing. And trust no one. In God, we do what? We trust. Because we human beings are born to make mistakes because we are not perfect. That's one of the reasons why our Lord Jesus Christ came down here on earth, for us to be safe by believing in Him, walking daily to do the right thing, so that we can gain favor in the eyes of our God. And for those that think they know it all, without them, Biafra will not come. If you're one of those that are thinking without you, Biafra will not come, shame unto you. You will fail. Biafra is no one property. It belongs to Biafran people. And it's not a family business. So as far as I'm concerned, I am Maziogi Chukwunkiri. I've made mistakes I made in the past, calls on my boss. I don't worship no man. I just want Biafra to come. I try my best to do everything I can. I try. As a human being, I'm not perfect. I'm born to make mistakes as well. But my mistake will not be more than what I did right. Out of 10%, at least, I will try to get more than 5% correctly. If not 9.5, it will be 9. If not 9, I will go for 8, still okay. If not 8, I'll take 7. If not 7, we still have 6 waiting. If not 6, at least 5.5. It cannot be under 5. Leader that I look up to, that I can call my leader, that I can present result. Our leader, Dumewoju and Philip Efio. The rest, I don't know what they are doing. What as in? How will Biafra? It's heartbreaking. Today, Akureba, Echi Akureba. They keep moving the goalpost. They speak based on the situation. Cannot be in such party. Whatever you say today, tomorrow, let it be the same thing. You can't say A today. Tomorrow you turn around and say B. Not from you. Maziogi Chukwunkiri, I'm not buying that. If you're one of those that want to concur and buy that idea, go ahead. If you bring Biafra, glory be to God. If bring Biafra, Glory be to God. At the end of the day, what we want is Biafra. I will fight the Biafra that I understand. I will fight with who I understand, not who I don't understand. And he was an name. It's very painful and shameful. And we Biafrans, we are so emotional. It's time we outgrow that nonsense. We need to remember a lot of Biafrans have sacrificed. A lot of Biafrans have paid the price. I have not paid the price or sacrifice like Biafrans that have been massacred way before 1967 and from 1967 till date. If you want to say you are the champion of Biafra, without you, Biafra will not come. Or you have paid the price more than those that are starved to death, more than those that are being killed in the genocidal war. You and them, who is actually the hero, who have paid the price. I don't care where you are, whether you're in America like me, whether you are locked up by the enemies. Have you paid the price like Ikonso? Have you paid the price like Gento the giant? Diara. You were in a from Kelly. Those children that were starved to death, crying for food, for water. Have you paid the price more than them? The Ocho. Biafrans that have been arrested that no one even know where they are. As I'm speaking, there is some Biafrans in Nigerian prison today. Their family members don't even know where they are. Nobody have visited them. Maybe for the past 10, 15 years, we don't know whether they are alive or not. And with who that probably receive visitors more than 10, 20, 15, 50 every day, like a celebrity. Who is paying the price more? Time to worship human being is over. This fight, we must fight it with honesty, with truth. And we must respect each other. Yesterday, we have our fellow citizens as well, raising funds to help in Biafra land. Today, we are here again. Everyone is sacrificing one way or the other. Everyone is trying. Don't think you sacrifice more than anyone. I am Mazio Gechugunkire. I'm not going to tell you that I have done more than what our hero before us have done, or I have sacrificed more than those before us. All I can say, I'm trying, I'm doing my best. I cannot tell you that without me, Biafra will not come. Story. Without me, Biafra will still come. Without me, Biafra will still come. If I see anyone doing what I'm doing today more than me, I will support that person. All we want is Biafra. Even what we are doing today is not easy. Throughout last week, sometimes I didn't even sleep 2, 3, 4 hours. From meeting to meeting, we even flew out of town to Florida, Mar-a-Lago, to meet some important people that matters. I think there's this short clip of video I did from Palm Beach, like 3, 4 minutes. I was in Florida. I did not go for my own personal business, rather for Biafra assignment. In a few days, we will tweet about our meeting, the ones that would be in public. But I'm not going to tell you that without me, Biafra will not come. Even without you, Biafra will still come. All what you and I will do is to contribute, do our best. Please keep fighting. Keep doing your best. Biafra is here. I know what I'm saying. And it's very close. It's very close. And if you stay one of those on the fence, give me 1 second. If you still one of those doubting what we are doing, okay, make it from 9. Please don't be like Thomas, please. Our freedom is near and close than never before. All the saboteurs that have been fighting us from starting since last year, today their camp is in disarray. They are nowhere to be found, no result. Ask them, what have they achieved for over a year plus now? What have they achieved? The Biafra Republic government in exile, under my leadership, with the cabinet, we can go on and count our achievement. That gives me joy. That makes me feel relief. Make me happy, knowing that our freedom is near. This battle that they've been battling against Biafra Republic government in exile will not work. Even within, they have tried to see if they can stop this government. How will you stop a winning team? How will you change players that are giving you results? Bringing report card is something that we all should be proud of. You cannot fight from exile without forming a government. In freedom fighting, you cannot fight from the same country that you're trying to liberate yourself from. They will lock you up. Even if Nigerian terrorist state can go to the extent of going to Kenya to kidnap Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. What about if I'm even fighting from Lagos? What do you think will happen? Do you think they won't come to Lagos to see how they can kidnap me as well? It don't matter where you are, even in Biafra land, they will do everything to make sure they get you. For that reason, that is why we have formed Biafra Republic Government in exile. Biafra Republic Government in exile is here to stay. Can never be destroyed. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu once said, if he, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, don't bring Biafra, the Biafra Republic Government in exile will bring Biafra. So he understands that. I don't believe in that talk, they talk from the back. You need to come forward and join the government he belongs. If you want to continue with IPOB, we wish him good luck. He understands what Biafra Republic Government in exile stands for. Even the lawyer, one of them once confessed and told me that we are too much. That brigade is giving Nigeria the heat. After these people knowing all this, why are they fighting brigade? Why are they fighting brigade? We have done what IPOB as organization have not done. And we, in Biafra Republic Government in exile, we are also indigenous people of Biafra. But we cannot achieve our freedom with mere organization. The world will not listen to you. They will listen to you, government to government. At the hearing 4 days ago, one of the speakers, I'm not actually all the speakers, we met over 90% of them. Yes, with the ones with the big name, all of them. One of the speakers, I actually have meeting with him a couple days before that hearing. I did not even expect him the way he addressed me. Throughout, he addressed me as Prime Minister, Prime Minister. Because he understands the value and he understands what Biafra Republic Government in exile stands for. Some of you, when he tweets, everyone rejoices. I'm not calling his name. Yes. Few days before that hearing, we have a meeting. We talk. Yeah. And we didn't make it public either. No, that's just what it is. He did not address me by calling my name. All throughout is Prime Minister, Prime Minister. And there is somebody who worked for U.S. government and a top government official at the time. And U.S. government listened to him. He called me prime minister throughout. Can you prime minister under IPOB? No, because the structure is not structured as a government. It's not structured as a liberation movement. It can be an organization. It can be affiliated with brigade. Why are they fighting brigade? Are we too much? Are we doing what they haven't done before? Or is it because we are not career agitators? Or is it because we are pure? Or is it because we don't pay anyone salary? We are all volunteer. Not like the one IPOB used to pay some people 4,000. They even buy house for some people, pay some people mortgage. I don't know. Like our senior citizens, like Bishop Comfort, Honorable Bishop Comfort, our mommy Jane. Maybe after they, we know at their age they already retire. When they contribute the little money they have, the same money they contribute, they will use the money and pay some people's salary. They will still use the money and train somebody like Uche Mefo in school and train Darlington. They will go, a guy named Maye. We have 5 days. In Brigade, we don't pay anyone. We are volunteer soldiers. Few days ago, this meeting I'm talking about, actually, I thought about it for some time. I'm like, if this high-level person is calling Matthew Gechukunkere, Prime Minister, he understands what we are doing. He believes in us. He believes in you, genuine, that is listening to me. Don't let no one deceive you. No one is your master except our Lord Jesus Christ. We are all servants of Biafran people. This name, Prime Minister, is to identify the role I'm playing in the government. If not, I don't even want the name. But that is only how they can identify you, know what you stand for, your role in the government. Things will change. If you're not comfortable with Brigade this time, you might go and join the 1 million men. We can't have Brigade and we are preaching of 100 men. That means you in Brigade, you don't belong. All your sacrifice in vain. Everything you work for. Onye juru gị ga-ajụ onwe gị. I'll say it go. Those under IPOB, you can follow IPOB and go IPOB. But me, Mazio Gechukunkere, as indigenous person, I'm already IPOB. Inborn IPOB and imbued one for that matter. I believe you are. Yes. But if whether we can have it as organization, yes. They can agitate under the government. Then whoever want to join the government, our door is open. come in peace, come and support genuinely, because the government is your government. It's our government. It's government of the people, by the people. Ndị ama aka isi kwado. Now I see the reason why for almost 20 years we did not move anywhere. The blue flag in it disturb embassy everywhere. It's no protests. All these protests with drum music, some even take a walk with them. Some turn it to dating event. We have passed that stage. We have passed that stage. We cannot depend and wait for anyone until they are free before we move on. If we wait, Nigeria terrorists will kill us all. We'll be moving, fighting, and fight for them to be out. And when they are out, they will join us in good faith. I'm disappointed in some of our so-called leaders. Disappointed. After everything, no retreat, no surrender. This journey that I, Mazio Gechukun, have embarked on. Honorable Minister of Information, I will give you permission just to put this picture on the screen if you're here. But let me, I don't really want to do this yet, but just to open Pandora box of one event showing. Minister of Information, are you here? Mazi Sonny here.
So I don't think he's available.
All right, that's fine. Okay, maybe when he joins. Our freedom. Do we remember when we all say our freedom is in our hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are we saying our freedom is in Mazio Gichkunkere hand? Huh?
No, sir.
Sir, no, sir.
Are we saying our freedom is in Mazi Sonny hand?
No, sir. No.
Are we saying our freedom is in Mazi Simon Ekpa hand?
No, sir. No, sir.
No.
Are we saying our freedom is in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu hand?
No, sir. Definitely not.
Something from this. Our freedom is in our hand. It's not in anybody's hand. Mandate here without them, Biafra will not come. Zebudaya said, fa, what?
Foul.
We are going to reset everything and fix it. Just a few days ago, something happened, it broke my heart. I'm surprised that a particular country, I know if I don't mention the name of the country, some of us will already be guessing. But I will just narrow it. I'm surprised that a particular country, our contacts, we're building our lives, so you guys don't know what's going on. Saying that they are waiting. No, there's a park. They are very loud, well respected in the state here. They say they are waiting for a signal from the top. And while they are waiting, they want to know how serious me and you, how we are. They want to know what's going on. That means since 20 years, that Buru flag, we disturb every embassy with the crowd. Sometimes we even carry a biggest flag that is up to 50 feet, both height, weight, tall, whatever. Disturbing other people's peace. This country did not know what's going on, because we are just making noise. I was shocked. Since then, I start to make a U-turn and rethink. I say, no wonder. No wonder. Countries that matters, that are supposed to be talking about Biafra, you don't hear them really discuss it. Because we have not really do what we're supposed to do. Because we have not really been organized. Because we failed in leadership. Not know how freedom fighting work. Do you all know about the Crown Prince of Iran? I think his name is Pahlavi. Do you all know about him? The Crown Prince of Iran.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, his name is Reza.
Reza, yeah.
Yeah, Pahlavi, yeah. Do you all know that the Crown Prince of Iran is already talking about government in exile and transition? We did not start government in exile, not bring it started. Go and Google and do research about government in exile. You must have a government in exile, form a government, transition to the homeland. Do you think the Crown Prince of Iran and the people can form a government in Iran now while they are fighting the Iranian regime? Do you think it's possible? I'm asking, do you think it's possible? It's not.
It's not, sir.
They will form a government in exile. And the Crown Prince actually tweeted, I wish I can read it out. He actually tweeted his support and in being part of the government in exile. You know, they're putting up a transition government because the Iranian terrorist regime must go down. Where is some then fighting Biafra Republic government in exile instead of supporting it? We have had a lot that have come and planned to destroy this government. I told them that this break can't jiaka. And jiaka they make okro. This breaking that I'm part and parcel, just like you. I told them they cannot destroy it. I don't care. I got one here. More. Before you can destroy Briggy, you must take me down first. I will stay at the gate. The gate man. That is why when the coup plotters, coup 2025 coup, when they are plotting the coup, I look from my mirror, I smile. I watch their plan. Why they are doing a program that they don't supposed to go out publicly and be talking about the foundation of the government, which is against our charter, our bylaw and everything. They already violated. I already know where these people are going. And I knew if they succeed by taking me out, they will destroy everything. And I know how I work hard to make sure that Briggy stand, even when Mazi Simon is here. my contribution, my hard working, your hard working can never go in vain while they are plotting their coup. We are doing some finishing touches. I know till today, they are still going crazy how they disappear from Brig. I remove them. The Arab, before they will come and remove me to remove you. Because I knew if these people succeed, they are not capable. They cannot handle it. And every meeting they have in the secret, I have it. I know what they are up to. I know where they are going. Where they are going is to destroy Brig. That means everything me and you work for. All that I need. Chai, look at today. After they form this their parallel government, a shadow one for that matter. How far? Less than 1 year. They have splitted to either 2 or 3 groups again among them. How far? Where are they now? I don't even know whether they exist. I know they are watching this program. Ask them, can they come and smile like Maz Yogejigu Gere smiling? Can they? When is the last time you see a Mama Mugu smile, even come out like this? Whether he exists, nobody knows. Or is he the Chioma, the husband, those educated fool? Oh man, today is a good time of meeting. You know, last week and last 2 weeks been very stressful, but at least we achieved a lot. And I'm happy to be here with you. And also, last week I can't laugh like this because I'm really stressed out. There's one time I even get home like 4 a.m. or whatever. I tried the next day again. So yes, I'm a little bit more relieved, getting myself back together better. The good thing is that we are moving forward. Every day, a lot is happening. A lot of evil people are being exposed, just like this lawyer of IPOB, because it's not lawyer of Biafra. All these Achikate one lawyer of IPOB. These guys, they're not even ashamed of themselves. They said their master Onyendu is in high spirits. That Onyendu is fine in Sokoto. Why can't Mazi Nnamdi Kanu be in high spirit in Afaruku Ibeku? Why can't he be fine and okay in Afaruku Ibeku? Or even in Imo State or any part of Biafra land? Why must he be in Sokoto? Caliphate, headquarters of this terrorist state of Nigeria. Why can't Onyendu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that they call Onyendu and they believe in him? Why can't he be in high spirit in his compound? And these useless, shameless lawyers say he's okay. He's happy. People are trooping in. These people say they are lawyers. I wish I can disbar them, take all their certificate or whatever, qualify them to practice law. Hi, you're telling me that your client, who is not free, who can come out of that prison yard and walk freely, these evil lawyers say Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is happy being in Sokoto. He's happy where he is. Now people are trooping in because he's a celebrity there. He now turned to a blockbuster or a museum where people can go and pay or visit him, touch him. Oh, yes, shameful. This lawyer, instead of them doing their job, they're after 100 men. Every 2-3 weeks, they want Biafrans to contribute money. Give them. They will flew to Sokoto. Mazin Namdi Kanu lawyers are scammers. They are criminals. They jail him. From our lawyer Jimako to all of them. They are evil people. They are evil. I know them. I have interacted with them. I speak to them hours. They are not serious. Apart from Mazin Namdi Kanu, they don't have any other client. Go and ask Nemeka, when is the last time he defend anybody in court of law? Money Biafrans contribute. He will collect money from Briggy, collect from Avi, collect from Ambassador Group, collect from Sunrise Group, scam everybody. Say, I'm going to see Mazin Namdi Kanu. Nah, they are their name. Maybe Briggy bring 200. Avis will bring 200. Ambassador will bring 200. Sunrise will bring 200. How much is that? Go here, go here, go there, go here. Due. All these evil people, Biafra will deal with them. One way or the other. Kwarija. And they forget that I am in Washington. Washington is me and I'm Washington. Hey, William, I'm here. They will all come and meet me here. But any of these people that come to destroy what we are doing, we'll go after that person. Yes. There is some serious question that we Biafrans need to ask. And if you're one of those want to join the 100 men or thinking about 100 men, disease from it, the same people you are going to join, they're the one that need to come and join Briggy, because Briggy is the genuine government. Briggy is the real deal. We from this government have not go and advocate how to lock them up. But remember, Mazi Simon Ekwa, the same IPOB 100 men, they are the one that went to Finland. Testify! Against him. They are not passing me well. I will scatter these people. The 100 men of Mazin Namdi Kanu, they lock Simon up. Please, somebody should go and ask Mazin Namdi Kanu, do you know about why Simon is arrested? Is he in support of Finland and Nigerian government that colluded to lock Simon up? Kanunta is one of the 100 men. Do you all saw his tweet a few days ago? Talking about 100 men is giving some people nightmare. I look at this man, see, this Kanunta is part and parcel of those that locked Simon up. They all sent people to Finland to testify. And some fool are still following the 100 men. And who is the champion and the head of the 100 men? Avids that are not fighting for Biafra as part of the 100. Those that wrote petition to EU to lock Briggy members and also Mazi Simon Ekpa up are part of the 100. That means they are our enemy. Either you with us or you're not with us. And if you, the head of the 100 men, you are our enemy. We need to set the record straight. Mazi Ogechukwu will not worship anyone. I did not join Biafra because of Mazi Simon Ekpa. I did not join Biafra because of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. By the way, this struggle, I'm not the one who started it. Biafran started it way before now. Our leader Ojukwu and Philip Efio, we understand the role they play. Fast forward to Asari Dokumbo and Owazurike. I can't come now and claim without me. I can't come and claim without me that opened the eyes of Biafra for them to fight for their freedom. When you wake up, it's your money. Whenever you join, you start from there. We'll be asking questions in a few days. And please, those that are listening, it's time that we need to outgrow this emotion. Nigerian government, they are using that against us, being so emotional. We need to ask the 100 men question. Why do they betray Biafra? Why do they send petition to EU? Why do they go and testify against Mazi Simon Ekpa? Is that the 100 men that will work for your freedom and my freedom? So who is fooling who? Emarasu Eswanikwe. Emarasu Esubirapata. This journey just began. Game on. If you're Maradona, you know how to fool us, you can't fool us forever. Either you with us or a parking. If we talk about those that have really sacrificed, we talk about the millions of Biafrans that are starved to death, killed. Not even me and you that are free, walking freely. Not me and you like me that travel to Florida last week. I go to Washington every other minute. There is those that have really paid the price. That is why we celebrate May 30th. Some want to prove like they have done more than everybody else. Like I said earlier, we have thousands of Biafrans that are locked up in Nigerian dungeon. Their family member, Biafrans don't even know where they are. Some of them hardly eat 1 square meal. Some of them have not even have a visitor for years. Some sing from morning to night, praying. When will their salvation come? Compare Biafrans like that with Biafra that is locked up and people are trooping in hundreds. with gift, with word of encouragement. Which one have sacrificed more? Just meperunuazu. I will open a Pandora box for everyone. So you use your tongue to count your teeth. Maybe that will open your eyes to start supporting, to start asking questions, to be more serious. For you to know that we are moving on. We are serious now more than before. I'm not kissing anyone else anymore. It's enough is enough. We have given everyone a chance to do what is right. Our freedom is here. Please, if you really want to know whether we are doing it right, check our report card. Ask those, your 100 men and those you are following for the past year, what have they done? When I go to the Hill, Washington, D.C., I keep seeing familiar faces, people we have met with. We are now more familiar. We are like friends. We are building bridges. Whenever they see me, they see you. Whenever they see me, they know what I stand for, Biafra. They know Biafra is in the Hill. Thank you very much. God bless you. Don't be follow. Don't let anyone deceive you. Remember, fella say, zombie is zombie. When you ask zombie move, zombie will move. When you ask zombie sit down, zombie will sit down. Don't be a zombie. You know what is right. Support your freedom. Fund this movement. A lot is happening. How I wish I can say everything on air. If I do, our allies will just say, Hagabosa, they will say this. Have no secret. Thank you from here. They will.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day, we still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. masses grinding chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
Holding on.
in the ashes. Hope remains, love can heal the deepest pain.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today. No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
Good afternoon, my fellow citizens, Biafrans, and all of us of freedom worldwide. We have a question to ask, especially those that identify themselves as Nigerian. If you identify yourself as a Nigerian, are you better off in Nigeria? Do you love the current situation in Nigeria? Is Nigeria working for you? And for my fellow citizens, Biafrans, it's time we exit, of which we don't identify ourselves as Nigeria anymore. We are fighting to exit Nigeria. We'll do everything within our reach. We are Biafrans, we are not Nigeria. And for those that still be campaigning as Nigeria, ask yourself this question again. Is Nigeria working for you? Nigeria is not a country. Nigeria is built on faulty foundation by the British government, and it's not working. Millions of people have been massacred from 1967 to 1970, the genocidal war, the Nigerian terrorist state killed Biafrans in millions, while the North that have been killed today, and also the Middle Belt and the Southwest part of Nigeria, they all colluded. They fought the Biafran people and asked them today, is Nigeria working for them? The northern part of Nigeria is crying, while the Middle Belt crying. That means Nigeria is not working. We encourage the people of the Middle Belt to rise up, fight for their freedom. Southwest, Oduduwa, Yoruba people, rise up, fight for your freedom. Nigeria is not a country and will never be a country. A former presidential candidate, a terrorist called Peter Obi, he acknowledged that Nigeria breeds criminals. And he is also a criminal. Nigeria breed him. A former president and a vice president in the name of Goodluck Jonathan also acknowledged that Nigeria is not a country. The British people are trying to make it work, but it's not working because the people are different. People speak different language, different religion, different culture, different ideology. While the Biafrans from the east are practicing live and let live, and the northern part are using jihadists to Islamize them, to terrorize them. We are different people. Please, let's ask Nigeria this question. Where is the next place that we attack? Nigerian government. Where is next place you will deploy your military terrorists that have colluded with the terrorist state, Islamic terrorists, to kill the innocent Biafran Christians, Nigerian Christians? Nigerian government, where is the next place to target? Where is Dangote? Dangote sponsor these terrorists. Shetima sponsor these terrorists. Kwankwaso, Gumi, Sanusi, Sultan of Sokoto, and also Tunubu. These people are all terrorists. They sponsor terrorists. They sponsor the insecurity. A former president named Obasanjo made it clear that insecurity in Nigeria can never stop. This is a former president. He said insecurity can never stop. Do you know why? Because the government of Nigeria sponsored the insecurity. While the North is burning now, they are crying. Middle Belt is burning, the people of Middle Belt are crying. These are people that have been clamoring for years of one Nigeria, unity of Nigeria. How will Nigeria be united? Why the people are different? If Nigeria is such a great country, wonderful country, why do you think United States of America will issue a statement warning her citizens not to travel to some part of Nigeria, if not all Nigeria? Why do you think United States of America will close the embassy in Abuja? Because Nigeria is collapsing. Nigeria is at brink of war. Nigeria is going down. Please, Biafrans, our freedom is in our hand. Our freedom is now. And for the people of Middle Belt, rise up. Fight for your own country. Stop this, your one Nigerianist. It's not working. The more you call on one Nigeria, the more they kill you. The more you believe in Nigeria, the more you die. Lucky target. When so-called patrons of Nigeria once protest against the injustice, the same Nigerian terrorist state unleashed her military to kill innocent protesters. Nigeria is a disgraced country. It's not working. Please, citizens of that contraption, ask the federal government, ask Nigeria, the next place they will attack. Because they know all the terrorists by name. They know their house, they know where they live, they know their hiding place. And for all the terrorists in Biafra land, both those so-called former governors and the present illegitimate governors and senators that are bringing these terrorists to our land, all be brought down. Without that, we will not achieve or get our freedom. You can't bring terrorists to kill us and you will be walking freely. The Biafran people will hold you accountable. The Biafran people will hold you responsible. As far as for Nigeria, those one Nigerianists, if you don't face the reality, fight for your freedom, enjoy the show while it lasts. Now that the whole Nigeria is burning, how do you feel about it? These are the so-called terrorists you call your brothers, you call your friend, you call your countrymen. These are the so-called terrorists you dine and wine with. These are the so-called terrorists you believe. Nothing will separate you and them. Fight for your freedom. Thank you from here. God bless United States of America. God bless Biafra Republic. Thank you.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day we steal their call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pains.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today. No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
My name is David Green, chairman of EMET, the Endowment for Middle East Truth. EMET is the Hebrew word for truth, and the people that you will hear today are all messengers of the truth. We have convened this forum in cooperation with the International Committee on Nigeria to focus on the ongoing existential crisis for Nigerian Christians at the hands of jihadist groups like Boko Haram and the Islamic State, West African Province, among other ISIS-affiliated groups. It is surreal that in the 21st century, in 2026, peaceful people are being kidnapped, enslaved, raped, tortured, and killed in their own native land, while their houses, churches, and communities are being burned to the ground. It's estimated that 20,000 Christian churches have been burned in Nigeria since 2009. Nigeria is the most dangerous country on earth to be a Christian. The perpetrators, jihadists, are the personification of evil. They are bigoted, psychopathic killers. They are not peaceful religious missionaries. What is perhaps most disturbing is the relative silence and inaction of the international community in the face of this evil. Western European nations and their elected officials have averted their eyes and done nothing of consequence. International bodies, most conspicuously the United Nations, have done nothing of consequence. Daily horrors mostly go unreported in mainstream media outlets. The silence sends a dangerous message that such atrocities can continue without consequence. That's why the leadership in this room is so important, because meaningful change begins with those willing to step forward. Hineni is a profound word in Hebrew. It's found in Hebrew scripture and translated as, "Here I am." Unqualified readiness to address the task ahead. It was the response given by Abraham, Moses, Samuel, Isaiah, and many other prophets when God called upon them to perform a vital mission. We at Emet and Icon, and I hope all of you here today, are saying Hineni when called to come to the aid of Nigerian Christians and all beleaguered minorities who are under threat from genocidal jihadists throughout Africa and the Middle East. Emet became engaged in this effort through our partnership with Stephen Inada and the International Committee on Nigeria, whose leadership and advocacy have been instrumental in bringing these realities to the forefront. We are proud to stand alongside them in this effort. I am grateful to the enthusiastic response that we received from our speakers today, especially those who have traveled great distances to be with us. You will hear from activists, scholars, faith leaders, and members of Congress who are directing U.S. policy to stop the pogroms in Nigeria. And most compelling, we will hear a personal testimony directly from someone who has been a victim of this jihadist kidnapping and assault and who has witnessed firsthand and experienced these events. At this time, it's my pleasure to introduce Charles Jacobs, who will serve as our MC for the remainder of the program. Charles is well familiar with jihad in Africa going back more than 25 years. At that time, Charles, working with Christian Solidarity International, led a movement to free the jihad slaves in Sudan. Did you hear what I said? Africans are being enslaved in Sudan, throughout Africa. Shocking. Charles flew into a war zone several times to witness and document the liberation of the slaves. For this, he was presented with the Boston Freedom Award by Coretta Scott King. At that time, his partners in Congress were Representatives Chris Smith and Frank Wolf, who will be with us here today and have spent their lives helping Africans against jihadists. Charles heads the African-Israel Alliance. He's been widely published in the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Boston Globe, and more. Ladies and gentlemen, Charles Jacobs.
Thank you, David. You're here for an incredible program. You know what we have here today? We have the three top lawmakers who are doing anything and everything they can about stopping the jihad in Nigeria. Believe it or not, today you're going to hear from Frank Wolf, Chris Smith, and Ted Cruz. It's a hat trick. That's like Tinkers to Evers to Chance, if you know baseball. So my daughter called me from Tel Aviv on October 7th, 2023, and she told me what had happened, and I knew immediately what that was because I'd seen it in Sudan. I interviewed survivors of jihad raids there. These were girls who were raped. Same MO. They stormed the village, Allah Akbar, slit the throats of the innocent. They burn people alive. They steal the women and children and make them sex slaves. Jihad is jihad. And then I already had met Stephen Inada, and we formed the African Jewish Alliance. It's my honor to introduce Stephen, who's the president of ICON, International Conference on Nigeria, which is the co-sponsor of this event. Stephen has devoted his life to the people of Nigeria. Under his leadership, ICON has become one of the most authoritative voices in the world documenting the persecution of Nigeria's Christians. No one has done more to make the cries of Nigeria's persecuted Christians than he has. Stephen Inada.
Thank you, Dr. Charles Jacob. My name is Stephen Inada, Executive President, International Committee on Nigeria. We mobilize the international community for religious freedom, human rights, and atrocity prevention in Nigeria and the Sahel. Members of Congress, officials of the State Department, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is an important moment for us to be present and gathered in this room. Nigeria is 5 minutes to midnight. A 10 alarm fire. This is a triage situation, and for more than a decade, it has been misdiagnosed. False narratives and false equivalencies. Framing genocide as climate change, farmer-herder conflict, terrorism as communal violence, and sexual slavery as isolated criminality have diminished the scale of atrocity and lulled the world into inaction. Akon and yourselves are here today to end that silence. We speak for the women and girls whose names the world does not know, and for those whose names it once knew and has since forgotten. They are schoolgirls of Chibok and Dapchi, Leah Sharibu, the farming wives of the Middle Belt, the students seized from dormitories in Zamfara, Katsina, Kaduna, and Sokoto, and the daughters of Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger who have vanished into the forests and camps of terror and sold across the Mediterranean as sex slaves. They were taken by Boko Haram and ISWAP offshoot in the Lake Chad Basin by Fulani militants who raid Christian villages across Plateau, Benue, Kaduna, Taraba, Adamawa, and Kogi, Kwara, etc. by the so-called bandits of Nigerian Northwest who have industrialized mass abduction, and by JNIM, ISIS, and allied jihadist groups sweeping the Sahel. What unites these perpetrators is not geography, but intent to conquer territory, cleanse it of faith and identity, and do so by breaking women's bodies. The survivors, Icon and PSJ's silent slaughter, have documented and described the same ordeal in different tongues, captured in this book. They were forced to marriages at gunpoint, raped by rotation of fighters, compared to bear children of their captors, sold between commanders, starved into submission, and punished for prayer. Those who escape return to communities that often cannot receive them. To children, the world calls bad blood, and to a silence that wounds a second time. This is not collateral damage, it is a weapon. Deliberate strategy deployed as an instrument of genocide against Christian and minority communities and as a tool of terror against who resist. It meets by every measure in international law the threshold of crimes against humanity. ICON urges the United States and the international community to act on forefront. Rescue those still held. Thousands of women and girls remain in captivity. We call for coordinated intelligence, diplomatic pressure, and operational support to secure their release. Expose and name the perpetrator with the tools of Global Magnitsky Act. Fund survival rehabilitation. Establish dedicated U.S. and international funding for trauma care, medical treatment, legal aid, economic reintegration, and the children born of rape who must never again be abandoned. Prosecute as crimes against humanity. Support ICC referral, hybrid tribunals, and universal jurisdiction case so the commanders who order these atrocities face justice. The women of Nigeria conclude, and the Sahel are not statistics. They are the conscience of this generation. History will record how the free world answered their cry or how it did not. On their behalf, we ask you to answer. On this note, it's my privilege and honor to bring to this podium the person of Dr. Richard Ikebe, who is a professor of journalism in Atlantic African University, Lagos, Nigeria. He is into peace journalism. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Dr. Richard Ikebe.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, David, and thank you. My name is Richard Ikiabe. I come here with a very heavy heart this afternoon. Stephen and I have been on this journey since about 2010, amplified in 2017, basically looking for solutions. And there are some of you in this room who went around in 2017, received us. In so many places that I had spoken before 2020, they always asked for evidence. How are you sure this is happening? How are you sure these pictures are real? Are these doctored pictures? That's why we did this. And we did it just in 2 states, Taraba and Benue. And we did not rely on just hearsay. We went into government and we asked for questions. We asked questions, we got archived materials. We got government stamped documents. We got names of people. Remember, this is 2020, so this is 5 years old. The atrocities have not stopped. Nigeria is currently engaged in a major internal war across 33 states of the Federation. This is not my words. These are words of a sitting senator of the Nigerian Federation. And the unfortunate thing about it is that this war is largely undefined, officially unacknowledged, and strategically mismanaged. That's what we are faced with. And because the country has not named it as a war, it has become even more difficult to stop. And that is why we're saying that the international community must become interested. Not because we hate Nigeria, but because we know that the consequences of this is going to affect everyone. It's therefore important that everybody joins hands together to see how we can find solution to it, because Nigeria is not a peripheral nation. Nigeria is one of the, Nigeria is the biggest population, has the biggest population in Africa, and one of the leading economies in Africa. What's the nature of the crisis? The nature of the crisis is that often it's been looked at as one crisis, but it's not one crisis. The different parts of the country that you go to, you will meet the different form of the same crisis. So it's one crisis that is manifesting itself in various ways. If you go to the Northeast, it's different. It's ideological, it's Islamic. If you go to the North Central, it's totally different. It's jihadist, and it is strong. If you go to the Northwest, it is communal, and it's almost ethnic. So you have to understand it for you to be able to say, these are the problems. So the question is, what is actually driving this? Stephen made a reference to that. It's not climate change. Is there a climate change problem in Nigeria? Yes, there is. But let me give you an example. Kebbi is in the far northwest. Kebbi and Lagos is in the deep south. Kebbi and Lagos agreed that Kebbi will grow rice and export to Lagos internal export, and send to Lagos for sale. So there is enough to grow food in the so-called arid Sahelian region. There's enough. Tomatoes come from Kano. Onions come from Kano. Vegetables come from Jos. So it's not climate change. It's not poverty either, because poor people don't kill poor people just because they're poor. Who is giving poor people AK-47 to go and kill other Nigerians? And these are the questions we need to be asking ourselves. Now, what we need to deal with, and this is for me, this is extremely important, that what we are faced with has a serious global dimension. Serious global dimension, because of what seemed to be the end of a multipolar world. ISWAP, ISIS, ISWAP is the variant of ISIS in West Africa, has taken hold and has seen Africa not just as a place to get a foothold on, but to use as a resource based. So you have ISWAP West Africa, you have ISIS Central Africa, you have Mozambique, you have Nigeria. Yeah. So the whole of Africa is undergoing what you might call a new scramble. And the middle emerging countries in the Middle East have their finger on Africa. And this needs, if we can't, Nigeria alone cannot solve the problem. We need international cooperation for us to be able to deal with it. Because time is short, I could go into so many factors and dimensions of this problem. But the thing to bear in mind from this meeting is that it is not a problem that only one country can solve. It is not a problem that Nigeria alone can solve. The good thing is that America has expressed interest and Nigeria has expressed a willingness to work with America. But unfortunately, since December 25th, nothing has happened. And what has happened, actually, something has happened. Since December 26th, what has happened is that the perpetrators have become more enraged. And there is more killings, more abduction, more pillaging than before. Anything that the American government can do to continue to assist Nigerian government to stop this wreckage will be welcome. Thank you very much. Oh, yes. Can I have the? Yeah, I have it. It's right there. Thank you. I first met Mercy 2017, 2019. Okay, when we were here, we had some meetings at the Heritage Foundation then, and I was actually met in the course of all the struggle. I have met the parents. She's a Nigerian who was abducted in 2018 by Fulani jihadists, and she's a courageous advocate and survivor who, even after her release from a ransom payment to her abductor, continued to live under the ongoing threats. Despite this, she has transformed pain into purpose and uses her voice to bring awareness of the suffering of these vulnerable communities and the urgent need for protection and justice. God bless you. Mercy. May I introduce you, please? Come.
My name is Mercy Mesamari, and I stand before you today as a woman who was not meant to survive. I was a daughter, a teacher, and had dreams written in notebooks, and a future I could almost touch. Then they came. Fulani and... Can armed Fulani militiamen who did not see us as humans, but as something to be owned. They killed those who could not pay ransom. They marched us away from everything we had ever known. And for weeks that followed in captivity, I was beaten, starved, and assaulted by men who called their cruelty holy. I do not share this to shock you. I share it because silence is what has allowed it to happen over and over again. And silence is what allows it to continue to happen. While I speak, other women, girls are still held captive. In captivity, in like remaining Chibok girls, someone like Leah Sheribu. Some killings were carried out in the broad daylight, such as Deborah Yakubu by Islamic jihadists in Sokoto State. And obviously, the silence of Nigerian government to persecute the perpetrators is loud, and the will of the international community to see is blind as a bat. Many women are held as prisoners of conscience and are waking this morning to the same horror I lived. They are praying that the world has not forgotten them. The world must not forget them. To the government, institutes, and citizens of the world, I ask three things. Pursue justice. What was done to us is not private tragedy. It is a crime against humanity. Perpetrators must be identified, prosecuted, and held accountable in international court. There can be no peace built on the bones of unpunished atrocity. Support survivors. We need more than sympathy. We need medical care, trauma treatment, legal protection, education, and a chance to build our lives that were stolen from us. Survivors must not be abandoned once the camera turns away. Rescue those still held. Every day of delay is another day of unimaginable suffering. The international community has the resources, the intelligence, and the moral duty to act. Find them, free them, bring them home. I survived, but many did not. Many are still waiting. I am not asking for pity. I am asking for your courage to match ours. If you remember nothing else from what I have said today, remember this: we are human beings. We were never property, and we will not be silent. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. You know, I want to say something that in Sudan 25 years ago, we had the same problem, that the massacres were amazing, like awful, horrible, horrible. The slavery was there as well. And the Sudanese at that time said, well, we have to talk about the killings because murder is worse than slavery. And I remember saying to them, America is a place that tore itself apart over the issue of one man owning another. If you talk about the enslavement of black people, that will ring a bell that maybe even illogically may be stronger than the massacres. So I want to tell you the same thing. Look at what she can do, what she can do to an American public. We're living in this year, and on our watch, they're enslaving black people. Stop. And it's my deep honor to introduce my friend now, Frank Wolf. Congressman Frank Wolf served in the U.S. House for over 3 decades, and supposedly he's retired. But he's not retired from this cause. He has been and remains the Dean of U.S. International Religious Freedom Advocacy, and Nigeria has been the cause to which he's devoted most of his post-retirement energy. We don't have the time for history. for this. But Frank Wolf is the institutional godfather of the entire U.S. religious freedom apparatus that makes any of the legislation we need on these matters possible. And there's one other thing. He never flinches. He chides the right people. So I want to quote you. Frank Wolf does not hesitate to tell Christians here that Nigerian Christians, quote, feel abandoned by Western churches. That's the right message. Frank Wolf.
Well, thank you very much. Well, it's a great crowd. I didn't see the crowd coming in. It's a great crowd, and I thank you for the invitation. And my views today are my views. I don't represent anybody. I don't lobby. I don't think it's appropriate for former members of Congress or anybody to go lobby for, particularly for countries of particular concern. These are my views. The CPC designation for Nigeria. The CPC designation for Nigeria is a credit. Is a credit to President Trump and Secretary of State Rubio. I want to thank them, and I want to commend Congressman Chris Smith for all the work that he has done on Nigeria for many years. In fact, as he brought this to my attention in my last year of Congress, the Nigerian issue would not even have come to the attention of the entire Congress had it not been for Congressman Smith. Quite frankly, I think Mr. Smith should get the Presidential Medal of Freedom to honor him at the White House. I'm also grateful to the work of Congressman Riley Moore of West Virginia and the work that he has done. And in the Senate, I want to thank Senator Cruz for his efforts to help the people of Nigeria. I have monitored events in Nigeria closely since my trip to Nigeria in the Middle Belt and other areas where attacks took place and during my term as Commissioner of the U.S. Commission for International Religious Freedom. We know and see the reports almost daily of horrific attacks and the killings happening in Nigeria. Tens of thousands of innocent Christians have been murdered in northern Nigeria, and Christians in farming communities continue to be killed. Moderate Muslims also face difficulty. People are dying almost every day, and it seems, unfortunately, to be getting worse, and it has been going on for years. Nigeria has remained among the most dangerous place on earth for Christians, according to Open Doors watch list. But it is not enough to talk about how bad things are without taking action. Knowing is not doing. You can know something, but with what you know, what do you do? The CPC designation is not enough. We need to find ways to use the CPC designation to stop the violence and the killing and let the Nigerian people live in peace. What do I think? These are my own personal views. Should be done in order to help the Nigerian people. The position of the U.S. ambassador to Nigeria is currently vacant. So there needs to be an appointment quickly. You need to have an ambassador over there quickly. And the next ambassador should be a person who's close to the Trump administration, not necessarily a career diplomat, and close to Secretary Rubio also. And this person should be committed to ending the violence and helping bring peace. As I said, this appointment needs to happen soon. The issue of Nigeria is so big and so important that it must be front and center. There should be a high-level person on Secretary Rubio's staff or an assistant secretary like Bob Destro when he was there, who was given the responsibility to monitor daily what is happening in Nigeria on a daily basis, every day, and should give an update on Nigeria to Secretary Rubio every week. This should be on the Secretary's schedule and a report of what is going on in Nigeria every week. The Public Affairs Office at the State Department should be circulating reports and articles to the media highlighting the events in Nigeria. Also, the issue in Nigeria must be bipartisan. My best friend in Congress was a Democratic member from Ohio, Congressman Tony Hall. We would work together on issues of Africa. We would travel there. We would be friends with each other. We would come together on how we were going to solve the problem, whether it be in Sierra Leone, wherever we would go and see Sudan. I urge Democratic members to work with Republicans to end what is going on there, the killing of Christians and moderate Muslims, and to give the Nigerian people an opportunity for peace. You all, everyone in this room, should urge members of Congress to create a bipartisan Nigeria caucus. There should be a Nigeria caucus up here on Capitol Hill, which meets at least once a month to keep the issue before Congress. House and Senate members should be encouraged to visit Nigeria so they can see firsthand what is going on and to meet with religious leaders and government officials. They should go to the areas of conflict and not just to Abuja or Lagos, but go up in the Middle Belt and go north and see and talk and listen to what is taking place. Many people have said, so goes Nigeria, so goes all of West Africa. The goal should be to have this issue well, and this is the important point, should be to have this issue well on the way to resolution before the end of the Trump administration. Because we don't know what the next administration will do or what the attitude will be with regard to Nigeria. So this issue should be well on the way of being resolved by the end of the Trump administration. Again, knowing is important, but knowing is not doing, and we have to do it. Thank you. God bless.
Okay. Leo Terrell, who's going to be my friend, is a fearless civil rights attorney and lifelong defender of the persecuted, the bullied, and the targeters. Today, he serves as the head of President Trump's task force to combat anti-Semitism at the Department of Justice. Under his leadership, that task force has gone after anti-Semitic harassment on college campuses and filed federal hate crime cases against people who intimidate Jewish students. Leo Terrell has sent a message that the United States will no longer tolerate religion-based hatred on American soil. And that is precisely why he belongs with us today, because the evil that assaults and even murders Jews in America is the same evil that burns a church in the Plateau State, the same evil that beheads a pastor in Benue, or drags a Christian schoolgirl into captivity for refusing to deny her Lord. Leo Terrell understands that jihadist hatred knows no border, and neither must our response. Please join me in welcoming Leo Terrell.
I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I come here in several different positions. I'm a proud American. I'm a Baptist. I am a civil rights attorney for 35 years. I work in the Department of Justice. I head the task force to combat anti-Semitism. And I work for, in my opinion, the greatest president in my lifetime. What we have talked about is not a Republican or a Democrat issue. This is the issue of right and wrong. You see, besides being a civil rights lawyer, I'm a school teacher. And I know the fundamental basis of this great country. We have received our inalienable rights from our Creator of rights, liberty, and justice, and is codified in the First Amendment. So I lay that background out because when I hear the need to get Democrats and Republicans together, no. An issue of right and wrong is clear. I am committed to fighting religious hatred, fighting for religious freedom. So this is a no-brainer. And I ask you, set aside your differences regarding politics. Set aside Democrat, Republican. It's doing the right thing. It is easy for me to stand before you and fight for combating anti-Semitism. I'm not Jewish, but it's the right thing to do. It's easy for me to sit here and tell you that the murdering of Christians in Nigeria is wrong. I don't need to think about it. It's fundamentally wrong. And I will sit here and tell you, if we're going to be honest with each other, we have a president in this country right now, a unicorn, who's taking action on religious freedom and liberties. That's why I had this task force. Forget about your differences on everything else about that man. But when it comes to religious freedom, he has made a commitment. I have listened to these great speakers. I have listened to the problems that's been going on for years. And I applaud you, sir. Talk is cheap. There's been a lot of talking. It's clear what the problem is. This president will take action. This president can take action. And he has demonstrated. What has happened is, year after year after year, you hear speeches about doing something. I'm not a politician. I'm just a person committed as a civil rights attorney for religious freedom and religious liberty. And we need to stop this killing, this genocide. The same way I have the attitude and commitment in my current role as head of the task force to combat anti-Semitism. I have that same commitment to fight Christian murders in Nigeria, any type of religious discrimination, and pursuing religious freedom. So what are we going to do about it? Do we have to hear someone to tell us what is right and wrong? When we know, we see it, it's understood, it's fundamental to this country that religious freedom shall flourish. We have taken that mindset beyond our borders. So I think it amazes me that the discussion is, what are we going to do about it? We have to stop it. And as I sit in this country here today, I look at the absence of this discussion of the issue in Nigeria. The crickets are deafening. And those countries and these individuals in this country who talk about doing the right thing, I don't hear them. I don't want to mention any names. CNN, MSNBC, New York Times. We have an obligation to do something right now. And so I applaud my speaker that was ahead of me. We have the right president. We have the Secretary of State, the right individuals. You have the right guy in the Department of Justice committed to fighting, eliminating genocide. But it takes more than us in this room. We have to expand our base. You know, people always have a hard time understanding why a black Baptist is head of the task force to combat anti-Semitism, because it's the right thing to do. So it's easy to be up here saying we have to stop the genocide in Nigeria because it's the right thing to do. So for those who knew me before, and I'll close by saying this, I had a job at Fox News working. But when the president called me and asked me to head the task force, and I had the opportunity to serve God and country, it was easy for me to leave. Let me add to you and tell you, let's do something. Let's not talk about it anymore. I left Fox News, I'm in Department of Justice. Let's expand our obligation to eliminate that. And when we talk about getting international support, let me be very clear. We're talking about the United States of America. Okay, that's who we're talking about. Because that's too vague for me. That's very ambiguous. As a lawyer, that's vague. It's the United States of America. And if we're going to be honest, it's President Trump and Marco Rubio. And it's those individuals who care about doing the right thing. God bless America. God bless Nigeria. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Tony Perkins. For more than 2 decades, Tony Perkins has led the Family Research Council, which is one of Washington's most effective voices for religious liberty here and abroad. He served terms as president and vice president on the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom. He's testified at Chris Smith's March hearing in 2025 and said that Nigeria is the deadliest place on earth to be a Christian, and he urged the United States to redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Tony Perkins.
Good afternoon. It's good to be with you. I will say I'm a white Baptist, so not as dynamic. I'm working on it, Leo, working on it. I got to get my rhythm down. Stephen asked me to come, and I wear many hats. I served in the United States Marine Corps. I've served in public office. I've been a police officer. Served on the Commission on International Religious Freedom. But I've also been a pastor. And one of the things that we can do is understand that what we are facing are the forces of darkness. During my time on the commission, I adopted Leah Sherbu as my prisoner of conscience and prayed for her every morning and met with her family, and I have advocated for her before Congress. And I am grateful for Frank Wolf for the work that he has done for decades on behalf of the persecuted, and echo his comments on Chris Smith, who I was with yesterday. During President Trump's first administration, we were successful in working with Secretary Pompeo when I was chairman of the commission to get Nigeria for the first time designated, only to have it reversed by the last administration. And we were very close to having a special envoy being designated for Nigeria, and that was stopped after the election. But we have to understand the spiritual darkness and the forces that are at play. And so I take nothing away from what has been said. I amen everything that has been said. It is America. I thank you for putting a fine point on that. When we talk the international community, it's America. If we lead, some others will follow. Not many, but some will. But it's up to America to lead. And I know the world is a very dangerous place. There's a lot happening in the world. But to Frank's point that every time I've met with him back, even when he was in Congress, he would ask me the question, where's the church? So that's why I'm here. And Stephen has asked me to come. And that's the aspect that I want to focus on. You know, in recent years, the situation facing Christians in Nigeria has moved beyond those isolated incidents to a sustained pattern of violence that now demands our attention, not only as policymakers, but as believers and as people of faith. You know, we gather here today at the U.S. Capitol, which is an emblem of hope and freedom for people around the world. But we're here not just to discuss a geopolitical issue, but to recognize that there is a human and a spiritual crisis in Nigeria. It's all across various parts of Nigeria, particularly in the Middle Belt, the northern regions. Christian communities being targeted by militants, including elements associated with the Fulani herdsmen and other extremist groups. Entire villages have been attacked, families have been displaced, churches have been burned, and for many, the simple act of worship has become an act of courage. As Christians, and I want to speak for just a moment. I want to speak to Christians. I'm putting my Baptist pastor hat on here for a moment. I should say robe, not hat. We don't wear hats in church. Would we tolerate this in our communities? Would we allow this to happen in our country? Why are we allowing our brothers and sisters to be enslaved and to be murdered and to be run from their homes? So what are we to do? Yes, we can look to our policymakers, and we appreciate them. Senator Cruz, thank you for being here. Appreciate all that you've done. Ted and I go back a long ways on this issue of Nigeria. But the church must pray. We must be gripped by the brutality of the attacks on our brothers and sisters in faith, and first pray. Now somebody say, well, what's pray? We need action. Yes, we need action, but we must first recognize that this is a spiritual war that is raging over the continent of Africa, targeting the Nigerian people and the church in particular in Nigeria, that is growing and influencing the entire continent. There's a reason behind this attack. And we have to stand with them first in prayer and then in action. And so I would challenge the churches of America that it is time to pray for our persecuted brothers and sisters. We should devote time every time we gather to pray for the persecuted, and Nigeria should be at the top of our list. We look to policymakers, but are we looking to the King of Kings? The one who has the power to move the hearts of kings and leaders. And I don't want to just talk about it. I want to pray about it. And I'm going to close my time by praying for our brothers and sisters in Nigeria. Lord, we pray that you would protect the Nigerian Christians and the others, Lord. We pray for all human beings who are created in your image. And they bear your image, and therefore they have value and they have significance. And Lord, this is not an issue, as been pointed out, about scarcity of resources. This is about good and evil. This is about life and death. And so we pray for those that are being targeted and attacked. We pray for, Lord, walls of protection around them and the exposure of the militants and the terrorists seeking to harm them. And Lord, we pray that there would be others that will stand with the Christians and the persecuted in Nigeria. And I want to pray for those, Lord, that have every family that's been touched by this violence, every individual that bears the scars of this evil, that your supernatural healing power and comfort would be upon them. Lord, we pray also for those, even the perpetrators of this violence, that they would be struck by the evil that they've been a part of, and Lord, they might come to know the truth, that salvation would come to them. And Lord, we don't stop there. Father in heaven, we pray for peace for Nigeria, that there would be a swift end to the violence affecting that country. Stir in the hearts of the Church Universal, beginning in this country, to see the end of the violence of Nigeria. We stand with our brothers and sisters, and we pray that, Lord, if the leadership that's in that country won't stand for human rights and the protection of their people, remove them and put those in place who will. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Ted Cruz is a hero to the people of Nigeria, and he is perhaps today's most vocal U.S. lawmaker on Christian persecution in that nation. Let's be clear about something. We all know here there's an elephant in the room, and that is the religious ideology that inspires the jihadists to rape and murder, and it's taboo to mention. Senator Cruz speaks truth to the obfuscators. Just yesterday, he said jihadists have killed 50,000 Christians in Nigeria. Let's not forget that. His bill, S2747, is currently still before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Please let us welcome Senator Ted Cruz.
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Tony, thank you for that word of prayer. I needed that. I can't speak for anyone else, but I needed that today. Thank you.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded heart? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground, nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall every single day, we still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears, you can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Voices grinding chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pain.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today. No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
for inviting me to speak with you today. I want to thank the International Committee on Nigeria and the Endowment for Middle East Truth for hosting this critical forum today. The more we work together, the more we gather like this, the more we shine a light on the atrocities happening in Nigeria, the closer we get to resolution. In the Gospel of John, Jesus tells us, if they persecute me, they will persecute you also. As Christians, we know that persecution is part of our walk with the Lord. Since the church's founding, Christians around the world have been captured, beaten, and even killed for their faith. I want to begin by taking us back a few weeks to March 29th. Palm Sunday services were held around the world, ushering in the most holy and somber week Christians observe. Believers were united, waving palm leaves and branches, reflecting on when Christ rode into Jerusalem before his betrayal and crucifixion. But in north-central Nigeria, a very different Palm Sunday unfolded. On that single day, 53 Nigerians were murdered in 3 separate killing sprees. And the attackers were all targeting the same thing: Christians. Families were broken in a matter of minutes. Lives were stolen and cut short. And Christians in Nigeria yet again mourned another tragedy. This attack, both tragic and vile, is not unlike the persecution Christians in Nigeria have faced day after day, week after week, year after year. Even last year, more than 240 Christians were slaughtered in Nigeria during the season of Lent and Easter. Hundreds of stories like this have been documented, and more than 52,000 Christian Nigerians, 52,000, have been murdered since 2009. There is no place on the planet where more Christians are being killed than Nigeria. And these are not isolated incidents, they are part of a pattern of targeted violence, systematic intimidation, and a failure, both within Nigeria and across the international community, to condemn and to take meaningful action against these crimes. Boko Haram and other Islamist groups have waged a ruthless insurgency marked by unspeakable brutality. They have burned churches to the ground, abducted and raped women and children, and executed Christians simply for refusing to renounce their faith. Many years ago, during the Obama administration, some of y'all will remember Miriam Ibrahim. Miriam was imprisoned in Sudan. She was imprisoned and she was sentenced to receive 100 lashes and then to hang by the neck until dead for the crime of being a Christian. Miriam had her toddler son, Martin, in the prison cell with her. And she was pregnant, and they delayed the sentence till she gave birth to her infant daughter, Maya, whom she delivered while she was in leg irons. I spoke about Miriam Ibrahim multiple times on the Senate floor, calling for her release, trying to shine a light. I will tell you, I begged President Obama to say her name. Samantha Power, the UN ambassador, Samantha Power, to her credit, did say her name. She spoke up for Miriam. And I said, why will Obama not do this? I don't understand.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day, we still there call.
Oh, yeah. Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
Holding on.
in the ashes. Hope remains, love can heal the deepest pains.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today. No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
But even though he was silent, others around the globe were not. And so much light and attention was focused on Miriam that the Sudanese government relented and released her. And I actually had the opportunity, Tony brought her to D.C. I had the opportunity to meet her. I'd never met her. She's a little bitty woman. Can't weigh more than 95 pounds. And a quiet woman. And I remember asking her when I met her, look, she was told, we will torture and murder you unless you renounce Jesus. Now, as Christians, we all hope we know what we would do in that circumstance. But I've never faced that. I've never looked in the eyes of my captor who would torture and murder me or murder my children. And I asked her, I said, Miriam, how did you not lose hope? How did you not despair sitting in that prison cell with your babies? And she looked at me with a peace that I still remember. And she simply said to me, Jesus was with me. That's powerful. That was powerful when Miriam went through it, and it is powerful now in Nigeria when Christians are going through it week after week after week. Religious persecution has come into the spotlight over the past years. But for too long, the stories of communities being destroyed have not made national or international headlines. More than 20,000 churches and Christian schools and institutions burned to the ground. Systematic oppression. So as Christians, and as human beings, we have an obligation to act. By the way, yesterday at the hearing that you referenced, Senator Cory Booker said, well, we should be concerned about the Christians being killed in Nigeria, but what about the Muslims? Why are you not concerned about them? And you know what I said? Of course I'm concerned about the Muslims. And yes, Boko Haram and the jihadists murder Muslims as well. And that is wrong and evil. But what they're doing to Christians is systematic persecution. They are deliberately singling out and persecuting Christians. And I did point out, I said for years, I have also been calling out communist China for imprisoning over 1 million Muslim Uyghurs in concentration camps. While the Biden administration continued to funnel millions of dollars to communist China that kept those concentration camps going. So let's be clear, as Christians and human beings, we have an obligation to speak out against murder and torture and slavery and atrocity wherever it might be found. But when Christians are being systematically persecuted, anyone who remains silent is complicit. Last year, I introduced the Nigeria Religious Freedom Accountability Act to protect Christians along with other religious minorities facing persecution in Nigeria by holding accountable Nigerian officials who facilitate Islamist jihadist violence and the imposition of blasphemy and Sharia law. And understand, the government is actively complicit in enforcing blasphemy and Sharia law as tools to target and persecute the Christians. Government leaders like to say these are rogue terrorists doing this, not us. But the government's hands are not clean. In many instances, they are actively enforcing the laws used for persecution. In other instances, they're simply looking the other way. This legislation will impose targeted sanctions on Nigerian officials responsible for facilitating violence against Christians. Now, I'm very pleased, following my urging, that President Trump followed through and designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern. That was a very important decision the president made. And as awareness of the persecution has grown, we can say this is a step in the right direction, but there is more that can and should be done. As people of faith, as advocates for human dignity, we are called to something higher. We're called to speak. We're called to act. We're called to pray. Thank you for reminding us of that. And we're called to stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters who cannot safely stand for themselves. We need to continue shining a light on these atrocities for justice and for an end to persecution, for peace. Forums like this are critical to our shared mission of ending Christian persecution in Nigeria. So I want to thank all of you again. This attention, this light is powerful. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for standing up for those united to us in faith. I want to leave you with a verse of encouragement from the book of 2 Corinthians. We are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed. Perplexed, but not in despair. Persecuted, but not abandoned. Struck down, but not destroyed. We always carry around in our body the death of Jesus, so that the life of Jesus may also be revealed in our body. For we who are alive are always being given over to death for Jesus' sake, so that his life may also be revealed in our mortal body. So then, death is at work in us, but life is at work in you. I look forward to continuing this fight alongside each and every one of you. And may justice prevail.
We're going to like this a lot. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. Is your guy here? Let's see if he's on this picture. What? Sorry, he's not here. Your guy. I know, from a side, but your guy. Is he here? What's that? Okay, so I'm going to put him next to him. Your guy, yeah. Okay. Wow. So I am honored and lucky to be able to introduce my friend, Pastor Dumasani Washington, who is the founder and CEO of the Institute for Black Solidarity with Israel, IBSI. Before that, he was the outreach director of the over 10 million member Christians United for Israel. Dumasani is a pastor and an author. I love his books. You would be very, very lucky if you ever got a chance to hear this man preach.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground, nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall every single day, we still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through for what is right.
Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices crying in chains. Silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising.
Holding on
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pain.
shelter, broken dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today. No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
Pastor Washington has consistently called out the Western media's silence on the Islamist slaughter of Nigerian believers, and he has used his pulpit, his platform, and his partnerships on the ground to tell their stories when others will not. Please join me in welcoming Pastor Dumasani Washington.
I'm grateful to be here this afternoon along with my friends and my colleagues, and I'll be brief. Pastors and rabbis are long-winded. I'll attempt not to do that. Long before I started the Institute for Black Solidarity with Israel, which has been 13 years now, as a young pastor in Stockton, California, our church would hold persecuted church conferences. So I was first exposed to the issue of the universality of the persecution of the church, Christians, while I was in college in the 1980s. I'd never heard of it before. Grew up in church, was a Baptist as well. Became a preacher at a young age, but had never heard of anything doing with the church or Christians outside of the borders of the United States of America until I was in college. And oddly enough, it wasn't Africa. It was a friend of mine who had done a missions trip in Europe who came back to tell me what he had experienced. It was later on in the 90s, before the internet was a thing, that I somehow got exposed to what was happening in Sudan, and later on heard about the work of my dear friend Charles. Began to write letters to my representatives in California, and we would do persecuted church conferences, as I said, as a young pastor. And of the many things that I found in doing the work were the parallels between what our brothers and sisters, particularly in Africa, were going through, and much of what would happen here earlier in history where the African American community was concerned. You see, the fight for civil rights, it wasn't what it was called in an organic way. It was just a fight for dignity, a fight for access. Whether you're talking about the beginning of the 1900s or the beginning of the NAACP or the 50s and 60s, which are often the glory days. What often would happen is that those black leaders, who were often pastors, teachers, workers, were fighting for access. They were fighting for the right to be able to live, to educate, to do. And the fight, in the Hollywood sense, would often be depicted as a fight against this white person or that white person, this white sheriff, this white mayor. But the reality of it is that the strength of what was the Jim Crow system came from the federal government and from the state governments. The lynch laws that had to be enacted, which should have been manifestly evident within the Constitution, had to be inserted because they did not apply to black people, and on and on. Hence the fusion of the black and the Jewish alliance, because if anyone knew what the black folks were going through, Jewish people did. I say that for this reason. It was 2014, Bring Back Our Girls, when our organization that had only started the year before began to speak out, because long before the Institute for Black Solidarity with Israel was formed, I was already an advocate for what was going on with my Christian brothers and sisters in Africa, years before. The two things got fused. You don't have time, I don't have time to do that today, but suffice to say that as we followed the story, we recognized that the horror that was Boko Haram, the Fulani herdsmen, and other, had another backstory when it came to the United States of America. See, this was the Obama administration, and I came up not so much in the civil rights leader's home, but definitely in my parents, particularly my mom had a big mouth, so I have it as well. I tend to say what I'm thinking. That's not always the best thing to do, but I found that it lets me sleep at night. What we found was that Boko Haram was being covered for by the then State Department led by Hillary Clinton and then by John Kerry. See, our government was well aware of what was going on with Boko Haram. And when Nigeria, then under Goodluck Jonathan, who I'm not advocating for, I'm an American. I know I look Nigerian. Most of my DNA is Yoruba, but I was born in this country, yeah, in the house here. So our organization began to speak out. We began to speak out about the duality and the duplicitousness of the American government in aiding and abetting terrorists that were destroying Nigerian Christians. Well, people thought we were being partisan. I am a registered independent. I speak the power to either party. I don't care who's in office. I try to do it respectfully, but I'm also a pastor. And we underscored the need for there to be accountability. As a matter of fact, our State Department at that time refused to list Boko Haram as a terrorist organization until Bring Back Our Girls, and they were shamed into doing so. President Obama's wife held up a hashtag, Bring Up Our Girls, although he knew exactly what was going on. And the girls were never brought back, by the way. As a matter of fact, a couple of them have been sent back as suicide bombers. just a couple of years ago. We were monitoring this whole thing. So when the first Trump administration came in, we applauded his willingness to be the first president in decades to actually speak of Christian persecution in office. When then newly elected President Buhari was in DC, he said to him, "Why are you persecuting Christians?" Likewise, we have been critical of the current administration for not so much the silence, but for this part here. One of the things that's not spoken of the several elephants in the room, is some of the funding for the terrorism. You cannot be an effective terrorist without the money. AK-47s cost lots of money. IEDs cost money. And there are top terrorism producers that unfortunately are not being held into account by the most powerful government in the world. I'll say them out loud, you don't have to. Turkey, Iran, Qatar, Saudi Arabia. Their hands are not clean. The civil war happening now in Sudan is a proxy war between Arab powers, but it's not discussed. It's not talked about. And who's paying for it? The Christians that we are coming out. So I leave you with this. Speak truth to power is not just a phrase. The reason I reference the civil rights community from which I descended is that in order for them to do what they had to do, say what they had to say, they ruffled feathers and were often targeted, attacked. If we in this room will be effective in quelling this violence, we too will be targeted. We too will be attacked. I leave you with this now. I've got to do my clothes. I'm going to take my offering and everything. Here now, we stand at a crossroads because it has already been said, not only is Nigeria the largest population and the largest economy in Africa, but at the same time, the terrorists are throughout. The Houthis are based in Yemen, yet they're in southern and western Africa. ISWAP is an acronym, Islamic State West African Province. Their headquarters is Syria, not West Africa. And our government is aware, and these things are not being taken seriously. And the head of Syria there, al-Shara, is very aware of what ISIS is doing in West Africa. These are the dots that are connected, that are affecting everything that's happening. We must take our opportunity as the citizens of the most powerful nation in the world and hold whatever administration accountable, Republican or Democrat, to make sure that the blood is not on our hands. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. It's my very deep honor now to be able to introduce to you Professor Walid Faris, who is a native of Beirut and has become, for 3 decades now, one of America's foremost experts on terrorism in the Middle East. Among his 15 books,
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground, nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall every single day, we still there call.
Oh, yeah. Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Whoa. voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
Holding on.
in the ashes. Hope remains, love can heal the deepest pain.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today. No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
Are Iran, the imperialist republic, and U.S. policy, future jihad, terrorist strategies against America, the war of ideas, jihadism against democracy, the confrontation, winning the war against future jihad, and others, and many other books. Professor Farr served as an analyst for Fox News, and he's now at Newsmax. He has advised the U.S. Congress, the European Parliament, the United Nations Security Council. They didn't listen to him. He served as foreign policy advisor to presidential candidates Mitt Romney and Donald Trump, who probably did listen to him. Waleed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Charles. It's a pleasure and honor to be again in a forum on Africa, but specifically today on Nigeria. I would like to thank David and the work, amazing work of education of Emmett. I would like to thank you, obviously, as the engineer of this movement and the international coalition. My dear friend of 28 years and my colleague and ally, Dr. Charles Jacobs, with whom I've started to work in America on persecutions in Africa and on jihadism. And Professor, also thank you for being here. I'm gonna wisely use the few minutes I have to do two things. Number one, to tell you about my own little quick journey. Why am I here now? Where I was coming from. To understand how Nigeria's events that are happening right now, especially the massacre and the ethnic cleansing of defenseless communities, including the Christian community, but not just the Christian community. Speakers have already spoken about the fact that though there is a persecution and an ethnic cleansing of specific Christian communities, Muslim communities as well who are anti-jihadists, who are neutral to jihadists, have been also dealt with violence by the jihadists in general terms. My journey started, and you may find it a little bit surprising, as a young kid in Lebanon, Beirut, Lebanon, but I was interested in politics early on in my life, and my older brother helped me as well. One day in the late 60s, he showed me newspapers and pictures of massacres taking place in Nigeria. We were always overwhelmed by the Arab-Israeli conflict. That's the only conflict that exists in the world. Then wait a minute, why were there up to, and you could correct me, 1 million Christians in Nigeria killed in the 60s? And I was a kid and wanted to know more about it. So I tried to focus on the matter. 10 years later, out of my college, I published my first book in Arabic, so it was not well read in America. And I published a photo, a picture of Nigerian persecution in Nigeria. And that was my first writing about the matter. It was later translated into French. Copies are in Congress, so on and so forth. Then I left Beirut. Why did I leave Beirut in 1990? Precisely because of the same reason. The invasion of the free enclave of the Christians in Lebanon at the hands of a multitude of jihadist regimes and organizations and etc. That was the shock that forced me to leave, not just to go seek for a job. I didn't need a job. I had a great job, and I was a lawyer and successful one. But for the purpose of educating others, for the purpose of teaching. I actually had a career of 20 years teaching in colleges here, and in every course on the region, Nigeria had a place. Africa had a place. But after 9/11, I started to move and shift my interest from persecution and etc. to try to know who's behind this. It's not happening by itself. It's not a digestion issue. There is a worldwide movement which we've baptized. I don't like the term for the jihadism. This is when I started to meet with friends like Charles and others, and we attended conferences, and then we started to develop concepts like this one, meaning speak up, tell the American public. And why the American public? Well, it's easy, because America is the biggest country in power and ability. It intervenes, it helps, or if it has different type of elites, it won't help. Like a speech that was given in Cairo in 2009, where then our president, and I'm not partisan as well, I am registered as an independent, to satisfy what the Muslim Brotherhood wanted from the United States. And there were 8 years of this, of support to the movement of the Brotherhood, to the Islamic regime in Iran. We went here, before we look at Nigeria or Lebanon or Syria or Yemen, we went through 8 years of actually diverting our attention from these persecutions. That's why many among you and NGOs said, why is it that the American public doesn't know? Because there was a policy. There was a policy of partnership with the Brotherhood, with the Khomeinists, and etc. That is something. It's not just on the left, it's also on the far right, as we see right now. People who consider jihadism as a colleague, as people who are doing yoga or something like that. So I was very honored in the 90s when I met Charles to have also had the experience of giving briefings in Congress and testifying to Congress. And who was the first congressman I testified to about the matter? He's sitting here, Congressman Wolf. Who was the second one I testified to? Congressman Smith. So I had been able to do as much as I could and interact with these members who are the key players in making sure that the American public is educated and making sure that the administrations are doing the right thing. After 9/11, we worked with Emmett and other sister organizations, and we reached a point where focusing on the jihadist movement gave us a lot of explanation, not just about what is happening, what we should do about it. The most important briefing I gave to AFRICOM, I used to brief significantly our agencies or many national security agencies, and I pushed on the issue of Nigeria and also the other parts of Africa. And I brought a map with me to that meeting. I think it was about 2010, 2011. And there were all the generals and the analysts. And I showed them on the screen, this is the map of Africa, and every green dot is a location of a jihadist movement moving south. Because most of the jihadists, the Salafists, they came from Egypt, Sudan, and they started to move to Central Africa, and now they are almost in South Africa. I brought that, and then they realized, some of them criticized me, it's about, economy, about education, about psychology, the whole things that you hear all the time, as if there is no one connecting mode to all these forces coming down, not just into Africa, but also into Asia and Central Asia as well. Years later, I did another conference with the agencies, and I told them, in 2010 or 9, I showed you a map. Can you show it? They showed it. And then show the next map. That's 8 years after. The green has gone all the way down, including in Nigeria. We used to hear, you're the expert, we used to hear that Nigeria has a Boko Haram problem in the northeast, between Kano and those places. That's containable. And then we got the other side as well, northwest, where the Al-Qaeda for the Sahel, so on and so forth. And then slowly but surely, we saw these jihadists committing all these problems in the plateau. And then suddenly now we hear about who said Yoruba and Biafra. So that is not a matter of simple police activity. That is not a matter of we need to reform the entire Nigeria so we can moderate them. That is this is a game. This is a strategy by the jihadists. They have headquarters. Behind them you have the Muslim Brotherhood, and then you have the arms, Al-Qaeda, and all the jihadist groups. I teach that course. So now we have two candidates. I briefed the first candidate in 2012, Mitt Romney. There was a file. It was good. He lost. Well, we can't do much about it. But then the one that started to change things, I was the first appointed foreign policy advisor to our president now, but I was in 2015 and 16, and there was a file called Nigeria, and it has been pushed, and thanks also to members of Congress. So coming to now, what is to be done? Because that's what politicians and leaders need to know. Number one, it's talking about it, and the higher level, the better, because the American public is influenced, is impacted by what the leaders are saying. I met with many Americans and many Africans and many African Americans, and they told me that everything started to change when President Trump spoke about it. He's quick. It's not long speeches, a tweet. And he spoke about it, so people now have a greater interest. Number two, inside Nigeria, people start to have some hope. I know they tweet at my tweet when I say, well, we need to do this, we need to intervene here, and that, how long are we going to wait? All minorities or all communities under jihadist threat, they have a problem, which is time. That's the problem, and we understand that. But at this point in time, the recommendations that I would think about is, number one, speaking about it. Number two, as some among you have spoken, including our good former members of Congress, legislate about it. Because once you legislate, the issue goes higher and higher. And then last point, we need to make sure that every map in front of us has a strategy to respond to it. Let me explain it in less than a minute. So in the Northeast, we have those extreme jihadists who have a strategy, who have connections to ISIS. There need to be military action there. And if the government doesn't intervene, the government of Nigeria, which is accused by some among you and many among us, of being complicit or not helping or etc., there need to be actions. And if actions doesn't come, then we need to have an action. We need to have an international coalition to go in at the end of the day. And when we move to the southern parts of Nigeria, each community has a vision. Each community may have a future in mind. But what needs to be done is all communities at the same time have one goal, which is to defeat the jihadists. And the American people should be behind them. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You got it. I'm going to introduce now Dr. Mohammed El-Sanusi, who's the Executive Director of the Network for Religious and Traditional Peacemakers, building bridges between grassroots peacemakers and global players to work towards sustainable peace. Dr. El-Sanusi served on the task force for the United States Department of State's Working Group on Religion and Foreign Policy. This work led him to play a leading role in developing standards and protocols for protecting the rights of Christians, Jews, and other religious minorities in Muslim majority contexts. Dr. Sanusi.
Well, thank you so much, Charles. Thank you for the introduction. And I guess I'm here this afternoon in my capacity as a commissioner on the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom. So really very happy to be with all of you here this evening. So as just mentioned, I currently serve as a commissioner on the United States Commission on on International Religious Freedom, or USERF. USERF as an independent, bipartisan U.S. legislative branch agency. And we're blessed this afternoon actually to have the champion of this 1998 law, which call it the International Religious Freedom Act, which is actually created the agency that I am now serving on, as well as the Office of the Ambassador at Large for International Religious Freedom. So we're blessed to have former Congressman Frank Wolf. Thank you so much, sir. The commission actually uses international standards to monitor religious freedom abroad and make policy recommendations to the President of the United States, as well as to the Secretary of State and to the Congress of the United States. So we are like to also thank the Committee on Nigeria, or ICON, and the Endowment for Middle East Truth for convening this event focusing on the evolving terrorism landscape in Nigeria. This forum is especially timely given President Donald Trump October's 2025 designations of Nigeria as a country of particular concern, or CPC. In fact, the Commission has been actually recommending the designation of Nigeria for a long time. So we were really pleased to see President Trump actually designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern. So why is that designation happened? Because governments engage and tolerate systematic, ongoing, and egregious violations of religious freedom. And Nigeria's government subsequent efforts to respond to the recent, upsurge in attacks, particularly in the Middle Belt region. In 2026, Fulani militants, as you know, and criminal gangs, which the Nigerian media often vaguely calls terrorists or bandits, continue to target religious communities across the country. In February, assailant killed 3 Christians and abducted a priest in Kaduna State, while Fulani militants reportedly killed 12 people, including 1 Christian farmer and 2 Muslim herders. In separate attacks in Plateau states, on Palm Sunday, as was just mentioned, gunmen killed dozens in a Christian community in Plateau, while other assailant attacks, attacked a wedding ceremony in Kaduna as well, killing and kidnapping, several people. On Easter Sunday, suspected militants also killed 7 at 2 churches in Kaduna, while kidnapping over 30 individuals. These are just a few examples of these kind of violence, but they are sadly simply too many to mention here just now. Insurgent groups that adhere to strict and intolerant interpretation of Islam, which actually majority of Muslims, they are not necessarily actually support, also continue to carry out horrific attack against Nigerian civilians from all regions and communities, or religious communities. This tragic reality is evident in recent strikes by JAS, which is Jamaat Ansar al-Islam, and as well as the Islamic State of West Africa province, suicide bombers who killed dozens at Mark and teaching hospitals in Maiduguri last month. Just today, as we all heard, the JAS actually killed 20 people in Borno and in the Adamawa state. This is just this afternoon we heard the news. So the things are continuing actually. Although this violence persists, United States Commission on International Religious Freedom is cautiously encouraged to see Nigerian government's recent and commendable efforts in addressing such groups' violence against civilians by making arrests of some suspects before they launch attacks. Similarly, we hope that government efforts toward accountability continue, such as the prosecution of 9 men on charges of organizing the June 2025 Yalawata massacre in Borno State that killed more than 260 Christians. Too often in the past, perpetrators of such activities have simply disappeared from the public's eyes, never to face true justice. However, USERV has also been careful to maintain a spotlight on a frequently overlooked but crucial part of religious freedom challenges in Nigeria, namely systematic religious freedom abuses, though the country's written laws, particularly the presence and the enforcement of blasphemy laws in 12 states. These laws and their corrosive societal influence impact Christians and Muslims alike. So, at present, 4 Nigerians, Muslims remain locked up in blasphemy accusations. We mentioned Sheikh Abdul Jabbar Kabbar, who has been in prison since 2021. He's one of the 2 Sufi clerics whom state governments actually persecuted and convicted for allegedly defamatory sermons that officials deemed mortifying the Holy Prophet Muhammad. Where do we go from here? It's a big question that we're trying to deal with it, given that the Nigerian government at least appears more willing to engage with the United States to reverse this ongoing and alarming trajectory. USERV offered several key recommendations in 2026 annual report we just released actually in March, which may offer some practical options. First, let me make the recommendations, then I have 1 minute to finish. First, recommendations we made as a USERV: the expanded use of targeted sanctions and visa denials pursuant to Section 2012 ACG of the Immigration and Nationality Act, and other penalties against Nigerian governments and military officials who tolerate religiously motivated violence or violence against religious communities or those who are complicit in attacks. The U.S. administration did indeed issue new visa restrictions late last year, and we hope to see it continue to apply these accountability measures. Yusuf also recommends that the State Department enter into a binding agreement with the Nigerian government to encourage substantial steps to address violations of religious freedom or belief, including reporting on religious violence, returning displaced persons to their homes, and improving security and military training. We also recommend that the administration ties foreign assistance that we give as a country, as well as bilateral policies on trade, arms purchases, and visa reciprocation to benchmarks on religious freedom improvement. These are very important. Finally, we recommend that Congress uses its oversight role to monitor the effectiveness of this foreign assistance through a government accountability office, so that we are confident that the money is well spent and truly helps religious communities in Nigeria. USERV realized that the comprehensive and meaningful success in stopping violence against religious communities across a country the size of Nigeria will take time, significant resources, and unfortunately will likely involve the sacrifice of some lives. Stopping this violence must also include government reform, political will, and continuous open and honest dialogue between not only the religious communities, but also between the people of Nigeria and their democratically elected representatives. So we need a whole of global approach, in fact, to address the problem in Nigeria. So thank you so much again for the opportunity to share these recommendations.
Professor Bob Destro. Hi. He's a professor of law. You know, we have 4 or 5 more speakers. They're great. I'm going to try to keep them to 3.5 minutes. 4. It's almost impossible to do that. People came from, but okay, I can kick. Professor of Law is director and founder of an interdisciplinary program of law and religion at the Catholic University of America, Columbus School of Law. He's a former assistant Secretary of State for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, leading the State Department's worldwide policy and foreign assistance programs on human rights and democracy issues. Professor Destro has advocated for stricter U.S. policy regarding violence against Christians, emphasizing the need for accountability and humanitarian focus on the region. Bob.
Well, thanks for having me. Thanks for putting on the program, and I promise I'm going to keep it short. And I'm going to do that by picking up on some of the other comments that other people have made. Let me start with the one that I think resonates, and that is talk is cheap. All right? Not here in Washington. The Nigerian government has just paid $9 million to counter everything that has been said in this room. I mean, that's just the fact. And so, you know, what I see is that most of us, and for those of you who know me, I apologize for sounding like a broken record, but you have to follow the money. You know, the expenditure of $9 million is a domestic issue in Nigeria. There's a lot of journalists who would love to know what that money is getting spent on. There is, here in the United States, you have to understand that in foreign policy, money talks. And because the United States operationalizes its foreign policy by spending money. And so it's either done by sending troops, which is a very expensive way. It's done through regime change operations, like much of what USAID was doing, you know, and it's done through trying to encourage good things on the ground. So if we really want to take care of the people in Nigeria, spend some money on lights and fences. I mean, that's actually quite simple. I mean, when Toyota built a big factory in northern Mississippi, what the first thing they do after they got the deed signed? They put up a fence and put up some lights. You know, so when we think about this, how do we follow that money? Well, my office, you know, the Assistant Secretary for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, is charged by statute to follow the money. By statute, the DRL is the person who, and I quote the statute, shall maintain continuous oversight, unquote, of all humanitarian and human rights funding. Now, you can have a big fight over what that includes, you know, but the fact of the matter is it's not getting done. The biggest black eyes I got during my time was trying to follow that money. Okay, so so we need our journalists, you know, many of whom are in this room, to help us follow that money. We need people here on the Hill, which has the power of the purse, to follow that money. Okay, and then secondly, and this is where I'm going to wind up, if you actually look at NATO military doctrine, there are 3 phases in a battlefield. One is the physical dimension. The other one is the human dimension. and the third is the information dimension. So we're not talking about we talk about the physical dimension all the time, right? We talk about the part of the human dimension when we talk about, the impact on the communities. But we're not talking about the human, cultural, geostrategic dimension at all. Okay, when it was mentioned, and I think correctly so, that Sudan is a proxy war, so by the way, is Nigeria. And what we're not looking at, as one of my Nigerian friends put it, and I'm going to quote her, when are you white people going to come to grips with the fact that Nigeria is Yugoslavia? That you don't recognize the ethnic tensions that were created when the British and the French drew lines on a map. And I would say in the British context, they drew lines on a map specifically with respect to Muslim-Christian tensions. Okay, because we're not reading the history. And so whenever a government bureaucrat tells me, and believe me, I was one, but whenever one tells me we are aware, that's when you want to stand up and walk out of the office. You say, for God's sake, we pay you to be aware. We pay you to be aware. And so the fact of the matter is that we're not aware. And the reason we're not aware is that we focus too much, and this is going to sound a little bit like the skunk at the garden party, but we focus too much on the victims and not enough on the people who are spending the money and making the policy. That's where the focus should be. That's where the heat should be, and it starts here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Yuval David is an Emmy Award-winning journalist and international news commentator specializing in U.S., Israeli, Middle Eastern affairs with a special focus on topics pertaining to Jewish, Zionist, human rights, and battles against anti-Semitism and Islamic terror. A political advisor and strategic communications expert, he advocates for democratic values, civil rights, and the fight against extremism. He's a fellow at the Middle East Forum, a great organization, and a consultant to government and nonprofit organizations. Yuval.
Good afternoon. It's an absolute honor to be here amongst great leaders, people who've inspired me to push harder, to be louder, and to take greater action, whether people like it or not. Also the policymakers, the advocates who are here, who understand that human rights are not abstract ideals, they are lived realities, and for far too many, those lived realities are under siege. I'm most honored to stand here in front of Mercy, who proves what leadership is, who proves what happens when you don't live as a victim, but you live as a resilient, determined survivor who takes what happened to you and drives forward into leadership, to inspire other victims to live beautifully, to live openly when you can, and to force other people who are not taking action to take greater action. You are one of the greatest heroes in this room, and I'm honored to speak in front of you. Today's discussion is not about some distant crisis. There are Nigerians in this room who understand that that crisis is at home. But this isn't a distant crisis to one land. It is about a present and escalating crisis that is spreading across the world, across Nigeria. Islamist and jihadist terror groups are waging a campaign of brutality, of systematic, targeted relentlessness. This is not random violence. This is ideological warfare. That same ideological warfare is happening here in the United States. We have had terrorist incidents that happened in the United States, and somehow all of these Americans are not paying attention to them. One of which that shocked me was Before the Super Bowl a couple years ago, there was an ISIS terrorist who drove a truck across Bourbon Street in New Orleans, but because the NFL was having a Super Bowl that week, people quieted it down to not talk about it. There is this willful ignorance that is happening, and we cannot be afraid to address who is perpetrating it. But now we speak about Nigeria, finally, to speak about Nigeria on Capitol Hill, because the victims overwhelmingly are Christians and other vulnerable communities. For years, I partnered with governmental and non-governmental agencies in the United States and Israel and internationally to help women and LGBTQ people. That's how I was introduced to Nigeria, when we tried to help women and LGBT people flee severe oppression, flee from sex slavery, or let's use the harsher word, rape, to flee for their lives. And yet there are so many other people who are in need of help. And I thought, wow, now that it's happening to the Christian community and people are speaking out about what is happening to Christians in Nigeria, maybe the Christians around the world will rise up. I'm shocked. As a Jew, as a Jewish activist, when I rise up whenever a Jew is being persecuted anywhere in the world, why am I not seeing more Christians rising up? There are 2.4 billion Christians in the world. If every one of those 2.4 billion Christians would rise up in support of your own Christian sisters and brothers, this would not be a continuing problem. The facts are stark. Churches are being burned during worship services in Nigeria. Entire Christian villages are erased overnight. Women and girls are abducted, raped, and forced into sex slavery. Children are kidnapped and indoctrinated into Islamist extremist militias. Clergy are executed in front of their congregations for refusing to renounce their faith. The violence is not only brutal, it is strategic, and it is designed to do exactly what Islamism and jihadism aim to do, to terrorize, to displace, and to erase. In region after region, this pattern is consistent. Christian communities are driven from ancestral lands. Farmlands are seized, livelihoods destroyed, entire populations are displaced. Survivors are forced to flee or face death. Families are torn apart. Men are killed. Women are enslaved. Children are indoctrinated. Forced conversions are carried out under threat of violence or death. This is not a random chaos. This is targeted eradication. And when communities are wiped out, when churches are reduced to ash, when generations are erased, that is not just violence. That is dismantling a civilization. So wake up, because Judeo-Christian civilization of democracy, is being dismantled in front of our eyes. Those of us who came to this room, those of us who take action and are considered brave or courageous, which is something I hate when somebody says, "Thank you, Yuval, for what you do, you're so brave." I don't want to be thanked. I say, don't thank me, join me. Join us in action. But there's a deeper failure here, and it's not one of policy, but it's one of moral clarity. In the West, there is no shortage of voices who are so eager to protest, to post on social media, or to perform outrage. Because when it comes to genocides, to real genocides, not the made-up ones, real human rights atrocities, we're facing silence. Selective outrage has become some sort of social currency. Social media hashtag activism has replaced actual advocacy. And too many self-appointed activists and advocates follow trends on social media instead of truth. Why are they following somebody who only posts on social media, who has 2 million followers, instead of following Mercy in every step that she takes? So there's a difference between standing for justice and performing for attention, because the cost of that confusion is measured in human lives. And even more troubling is this: there are those in the West who benefit from the freedoms of democracy, ability to protest against government, ability to wear whatever clothes we want or love whomever we want. And then those same people are supporting the regimes and the movements that would strip those very rights away. It's why I am no longer a Democrat. It is why I'm no longer progressive, and it's why I'm no longer woke. But my values never changed. Silence is not neutrality. Silence is complicity. Because there is a cancer that has been spreading and we've been aware of it. And those of you who know about cancer understand that a cancer untreated spreads. We cannot be afraid to use specific words. The vast majority of terrorism that we see around the world in all of our lifetimes are committed by Islamists and by jihadists. We need to address it. And you know what? It's not only the Christian world, the 2.4 Christian people in the world who need to rise up as the leaders this world needs. It's the 2.2 billion Muslims around the world. If Muslims are not jihadist and if they're not Islamist, then speak out against members of the Muslim faith who are committing horrific crimes. The Christian world also needs to rise because recognizing that while Christians are being persecuted, targeted, and places eradicated like we're seeing in Nigeria, this is not only a Christian issue. Hindus, Buddhists, Jews, Druze, Baha'i, Zoroastrians, Jains, across continents, across cultures, across communities, they're facing the same threats. Different identities, different cultures, same enemy. An extremist ideology that does not tolerate difference, religious, cultural, or ideological. It seeks to dominate through fear, through violence, and through control. So my work as a political advisor, as a news commentator on air, as a human rights advocate, as a Jewish advocate, has made me understand, just as the Jewish principle says, "V'havta le'ra'acha kamocha," love your neighbor as you love yourself. If I want to help my people, I must help other people. And as I also try to awaken Jews around the world, we cannot only help others, we must also help ourselves. We need to be bold to say what we are fighting for. It's not just our lives, it's our values. As my grandfather said, the best thing you can do, and he would say this after surviving the atrocities of the Holocaust and helping others constantly throughout his life, the best thing you can do is to plant a tree under which's shade you will never sit. That is what we are doing here today. That is what these leaders are doing here today. That is what you are doing every day you wake up and speak your truth. You're planting a tree that will grow and flourish and help somebody in the future. So, we need to recognize the global pattern. Christians massacred across sub-Saharan Africa, Yazidis enslaved and nearly annihilated by ISIS in Iraq, Israelis of all faiths, Jews, Christians, and Muslims, targeted in mass casualty terror attacks, rocket fire stabbings, and kidnappings by jihadi groups, Jews targeted in synagogues across the United States and Europe, Hindus attacked in India and Bangladesh, Buddhists targeted in Sri Lanka, religious minorities persecuted under the Iranian regime, LGBT individuals executed, tortured, and persecuted under extremist regimes, women stripped of rights or actually never even allowed to have them at all. Different communities, same ideology, same violence. This moment right now as we gather requires more than awareness, it requires resolve. If you truly have faith, you have faith for a reason. It's like I say, I'm short-term pessimistic, but long-term optimistic. It is faith that allows me to be optimistic. And if you have that faith, it means you're fighting for the future. You're doing something for tomorrow because you can believe that something can be greater than what we have. Not in fear, not in retreat, but in strength, in solidarity, and in shared purpose to protect communities, to stand alongside other faiths, Jews, Hindus, Buddhists, and others who are facing the same violence, the same persecution, and the same threat. Because this is not a series of random, isolated attacks. It is a sustained assault on religious freedom itself. It's a sustained assault on freedom itself. And no community can withstand it if it stands alone. This is the time not just for interfaith courage, not just interfaith dialogue, but for moral clarity, not moral confusion, for action, not performance. Because when one faith community is targeted and others remain silent, that threat does not disappear. it expands. A cancer untreated grows. An attack on one faith is a warning to all, and a test of whether we stand divided or rise together. So the question is not whether the world is aware. The question is whether the world is willing to act. Policy must reflect reality, not narratives, naming the ideology driving this violence, holding accountable those who fund, enable, or excuse it, protecting vulnerable communities with urgency and resolve, supporting those on the ground, leaders, women, minority advocates who are fighting for survival, because without alignment between truth and policy, there is no strategy, there is only theater. Moral clarity is not controversial. It is necessary. And when people get upset by my angrily, as I'm doing right now, sharing the truth, if they think it's controversial, if they think it's challenging, I say, what makes it challenging for you? Let's have the conversation and let's focus on those values, because truth is not dangerous. Denial is. And silence does not create peace. It creates permission. So when I wake up and when I'm blessed to meet people like you, I remember why I have my own mantra. I don't fight back. I fight forward. And I need all of you to fight with me, and I want to fight with you to support everything you do. And for those who are still so silent, the silent majority that plagues many Western democracies, we need to make sure that they're not silent anymore. Because what comes for one of us comes for all of us. Thank you for having me today.
Whoa, I didn't know about you. That was really good. Okay.
Well, first things first. If the United States present president, Donald J. Trump, doesn't fix this problem, it's not going to ever go away. I'm not even sure that his successor will have the audacity and the grit to be able to try it. So on behalf of the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, both the ones that are injured, the ones that are free, the ones that are angry, my darling sister, we first of all say thank you to Donald Trump. We really believe in you, and we wish you well, and we want you to put your legs on the speed. Number two, it's always easy when you come to the capital of America to listen to them talk about issues in Africa and Nigeria. They're big on speech. You sometimes even wonder if that passion that is coming through were to come through with policies or even with taking responsibility for their rules in some of this crisis, maybe the world would be a better place. The world is running as a rainbow. And that rainbow has always had, somehow, over time, different civilizations leading it. Right about now, it's becoming unipolar, and the United States of America, thankfully, is leading it. What then is what are the issues in Nigeria, and what do they need to know? One, there is always a conflict in trying to determine whether the conversation is the message of the Lord Jesus Christ, which you all believe so much, in conflict with the message of Muhammad, the preacher of the Muslim, and as such, you almost tend to get the impression that the terrorist will always be Muslim and the victim will always be Christian. Why is that? Well, that's a very big topic. We'll talk about it another day. But in Nigeria, we don't have a Christian-Muslim quarrel. We have a weaponization of belief. And that weaponization, frankly, didn't start from us. Ordinarily, Nigerians are not interested in quarrels. They're not interested in fights. They're not interested in guns. The destabilization of the Middle Belt, or if you like the Sahel region, has produced a big crisis. Some of those people are even looking for where to run to. And they have created a war economy where these types of nonsense they do, unfortunately, we're the victims here. Our country is the victim. Why? We're the largest black population in Africa, and we have a very large border, and we have a lot of Muslims living there. And when they come in there, what do? They behave the way they've always behaved and act irresponsibly. The bigger danger before us now is that democracy, which seems to be holding us up, is about to fail. The first time I was here, if you remember well, I told you it was going to it's failing in Africa, and it failed in Niger and failed in all of those areas. I'm not a preacher of doom. I just know my onions so well, and I'm so vested in the Nigerian issue that I tell you what we need to pay attention to. If democracy fails in Africa, most populous black nation, I will now ask you what then would be the rescue for it, and what's making democracy fail? The biggest gift of the United States of America to the world is multi-party democracy. It gives people the opportunity to have contestations of ideas, and people have an opportunity to decide and pick what path they want. So that if one party is not doing well, another party can easily come in. But if you sit and watch and see that Nigeria is now having a situation where we're not even sure whether we even have democracy anymore, or we have the rule of one man and his party determining that every other political party in the country will legally be unviable. That's difficult. You need to pay attention to that. The second thing I want to put on the table is this. What exactly should be the action that the United States or of America under Donald Trump, what should they really do? When you designate a whole country CPC, what does that even really mean to us in Africa? Nothing. Because the consequences of that is shared by everybody, and since everybody is not guilty at the same time, everybody ignores it. What you need to do is you need to be designating people. They feel it more. You have enough intelligence, and if you don't have them, maybe you should use leadership of the world to another country that is willing to do something much more practical. You need to find those people who are putting the money there. You need to know those people who are running the logistics. You need to know those ones who are using angry rhetoric to incite their people and tolerate these kinds of insurgency. You need to designate them. You know why? Because when you designate human beings, you cut off the oxygen. And then the next person who is planning to do such nonsense also know that he's going to take responsibility in his name. The other thing I want you to understand and understand very clearly is that, you see, when Europeans sat down and did the scramble and partition, they didn't pay enough attention to the cultures of that environment. And therefore, we're constantly seemingly quarreling with ourselves. We have had the longest reign of democracy now, and amazingly, we're now particularly divided and particularly mistrusting of each other. To resolve that, I think that the best thing the United States of America can do is truly designate a special envoy. I know ambassadors are good, but the special envoy has bigger responsibility. He responds directly to the White House. He frames the conversation on the ground. He listens deeply and makes it difficult for people to come to capitals to come and manipulate them. Ladies and gentlemen, the Nigerian government is not exactly willing to kill its people. Sometimes it's incompetence. Incompetence that is masked because of the rhetoric of democracy. No government in Nigeria, not even the ones that were Fulani, wanted people killed, because most of the people that get killed are, after all, Nigerians, and the headlines in our country too does not support people killing. But hey, if they don't know what to do, they don't know how to do it, they have no heart to do it, they don't have the knowledge of how to do it, they can't read what's going on with the global new order, what exactly are they going to do? Shoot and shoot and shoot? You clear them in Borno, they show up in Kwara. You clear them in Kwara, they show up in Nigeria. Are we going to kill everybody in Nigeria just because we're trying to fight terrorism? So I say to you very clearly, my name is Anthony Oluwasegun Adeyemi Shomi, and for some time now I have been preaching that there's a need for the United States of America to help us find more competent people to be the new leadership class in our country. And as such, I created something called the Alternative. And by the grace of God Almighty, what I have come to tell you here today is that our country is bleeding. And we'll betide the international community if Nigeria should fail. If we fail, the south of Limpopo will fail. And if the south of Limpopo fails, even South Africa will fail. It's just as simple as that. The earlier you all understand this, the better. And let me tell you what the consequences are for your country. Every time you have one refugee in here, it costs the United States government about $1 million to keep them in here. You're better off leaving them in our country. You know why? Because they're the kinds of people that come in here and make babies. And in a very short time, the coloration of your country will become so gray, you begin to wonder, is this a black country or is this an African, European country? So what you need to be doing, and doing quickly too, is speak to your leaders. Take off the gloves. Put the pedal on. You have assets in that place. Why is this thing still going on? You did one small little activity, and yet the whole thing is just getting more messed up. You're not holding their leaders accountable. You're not holding even the ones that are in charge of the security infrastructure of the country, what they're doing with the intel you're giving them, and you expect us to come here every time, fly from all over Nigeria, so that we can come and listen to you talk to yourself, what you should be saying to yourself behind our back, so that people like Mary will not have to deal with these kinds of nonsense ever again. We are very sure that the Christian faith does not encourage anybody to kill anybody. I cannot say the same of the other faith. It is the responsibility of the world to ensure that Nigeria is a secular country. It remains a secular country, so help us God. Thank you very much. It was nice talking to you.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. Okay. Wow. Okay. I'm about to. To introduce a hero. His name is Mike Arnold. He's made 16 trips to Nigeria, some under level 4 do not travel warnings. He founded the Africa Arise International, which today runs schools for more than 600 displaced children in the camps that the Nigerian government says doesn't exist. He's a former mayor of Blanco, Texas. And he is the author of Epicenter, Nigeria, Radical Islam and the War for Global Order, a #1 bestseller on Amazon. Mike.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Everything I'm about to say is factual, so I have 19 pages of references. If anybody wants to question anything I say, it's right here. Because some of it might be shocking. Nigeria, the 6th largest nation on earth, on track to be the 3rd largest by 2050. Top 5 OPEC, trillion in minerals, a cultural powerhouse. Nigerians are among the most educated and wealthy in the United States, and they do it with integrity, sharing the values that made America great. Last year, General Michael Langley, AFRICOM, declared the region anchored by northern Nigeria as the epicenter of global terror. ISIS, Al-Qaeda, others call it home. Their stated ambition, full Sharia across Nigeria, and then a global jihad launch pad. The recent Old Dominion shooter was radicalized in Nigeria. Two scenarios. America's greatest African ally, innovative, peaceful, and prosperous, or the greatest security threat of the next generation, a Sharia exporting giant. A little bit of history. In 1804, Usman Dan Fodio waged a jihad and founded the Sokoto Caliphate, Africa's largest pre-colonial empire. Beheading, raping, destruction, displacement, 2 million slaves at its peak. This caliphate has never ended. That's North Nigeria. The British found two worlds, brutal Sharia North and vibrant, friendly South. They kept the caliphate intact as enforcers, indirect rule they called it, then merged the two in 1914. The South declared independence in 1967, Biafra. The civil war that followed, the British backed the North, which blockaded the South, shot down Red Cross planes. Up to 3 million, mostly children, starved to death. The South fell in 1970. Since then, power has stayed in the North by design, the caliphate. The current constitution, imposed by northern military dictator, mentions Sharia and Islamic terms 165 times. Christianity, 0. At least $9 billion a year in blood minerals are looted mainly by China, paying jihadis and corrupting military and political officials. It was President Goodluck Jonathan in his living room that leaned in and informed me about that. I know a lot of people there. I've been there a lot. Most of this is firsthand. Some key people that have been involved in this. Barack Obama unleashed the current genocide. In 2010, my first trip, Nigeria had an accidental Christian president, Goodluck Jonathan. Booming economy, only nation on earth where radical Islam was being pushed back. No slaughter, hardly any displaced people, just from random stuff. Northern warlord challenged Muhammadu Buhari, publicly called for Sharia law across Nigeria and globally. Boko Haram chose him to Pope and King to 108 million Muslims, Dan Fodio's 20th generation successor. He was a Nigerian general deployed to Pakistan and Afghanistan during the War on Terror when we captured Nigerian fighters alongside Al-Qaeda and the Taliban. He returned and assumed the throne in 2006, and international terror tactics and organizations appeared soon after. He has never decreed an end to the killing or mineral looting in his domain, but he's called social media a terror organization. In 2025, he publicly supported the push for Sharia in traditionally Christian southern states. President Bola Tinubu, if that's his real name. In 1993, he forfeited $460,000 to a federal court in Chicago and fled the United States. That was proceeds from a heroin trafficking ring, which, by the way, heroin funds 37% of jihad around the world. He has appointed a man to rewrite the national curriculum whose defining credential is the book, The Islamization of Knowledge, which explicitly calls for intellectual jihad to oust Western education from nursery schools up to universities. This is academic Boko Haram by definition. And this is the guy that Tinubu put in charge of the curriculum of 50 million African Nigerian children. His new defense chief called the terrorists prodigal sons who deserve rehabilitation. That's the defense chief. NSA Nuhu Rabadu personally called me on October 5th to be Nigeria's Jane Fonda. It is documented he armed Miyadi Allah, the Fulani militia chaired by the Sultan and named in HR 7457 for potential FDO organization. He has publicly called the terrorists brothers. Mossad Bulus, Trump's senior advisor for Africa and the Middle East, holds multiple citizenships, including Nigerian, lived in Lagos for decades. He parrots verbatim talking points of terror-linked northern imams. He is CEO of his family company, which currently profits from multi-billion-dollar no-bid contracts issued by the Tinubu administration, issued to his business partner. He sells the heavy equipment to build the no-bid $13 billion in projects. This is Trump's senior advisor. He's also Tiffany Trump's father-in-law. Examples of ongoing failures and impunity. Ingoshe, Borno State, wiped out in the Gwoza massacre of 2014. The government recently assured refugees in Cameroon it was safe for them to return, paid them to return. Within weeks, on March 3rd, Boko Haram slaughtered dozens, more than 300 abducted into slavery, including the wife and daughter of a friend of mine. The military was largely AWOL. The attacks continue there. Deborah Samuel Yakubu, 2022, college student. After finals, she posted on WhatsApp, "Jesus is the greatest. He helped me pass my exams." The next day on campus, as professors and police watched, she was beaten, stoned, tires heaped on her, and burned alive, while students filmed selfies in front of the flames celebrating. The deputy imam of the National Mosque, who performed President Buhari's daughter's wedding, publicly justified the killing within 24 hours on his own Twitter account. No one was punished. Nnamdi Kanu, British-Nigerian broadcaster from London, illegally abducted from Kenya, tried under a defunct law, now serving life in Sokoto prison for words spoken in Great Britain. Meanwhile, the northern imam just recently offered a 1 million naira bounty for the head of a pastor, then doubled it to taunt his critics. No charges, no condemnation from officials. I've been corresponding with the guy. He helped him get to a safe house, but he and his family are in danger and they need help. The Nigerian government goes to great expense to rehabilitate the killers, while millions of innocent displaced victims are denied, neglected, and dying. The narrative war. The farmer herder and climate change framing started in the Obama State Department. The original reference document was written by a career Sharia propagandist hired by George Soros. At least $10 million confirmed U.S. lobbying contracts are now running. Former Trump administration officials, Nigerian government lobbyists, northern imams, foreign agents, conflicted advisors, and now even Russian state television are among those working to shield this regime from accountability. The real narrative is this: Nigeria is in the throes of an Islamic conquest. Since 2009, they have slaughtered as many as 125,000 Christians and 60,000 Muslims. This is not simply a religious freedom issue. This is national and global security. The emergency: as many as 10 to 12 million, mostly youth, are now displaced. 50-60% chance of radicalization by 2030 without intervention. Most are denied by the government, who call them beggars and criminals. Without intervention, this could yield 5 to 6 million more jihadists over the next 5 to 6 years. Intervention is not hard. The international community has the money and the mandate to help if the displaced are simply recognized. In 2015, the UNHCR documented multiple displacement camps in Abuja. Today, they deny those camps exist. I have run schools in those same camps since 2020. They do exist. I affirm the cycle of violence is not inborn or inevitable. A lot of Americans write it off. Oh, that's just what they do. Yes, the children who saw their parents hacked to death often come to our schools wanting to go back and get revenge, but I can tell you, with an education, they gain character, hope, and vision, and they want to go back to rebuild. What must happen? Nigeria has long been strangled by radical Islamists, predatory extraction, globalist meddling, and institutional corruption. Working with the Nigerian government to end the genocide is like working with the Third Reich to end the Holocaust. They smile and spin as they wait for Trump to leave office. Since CPC designation, killing and impunity have only gotten worse. Sanctions will not work. Visa bans will not work. They're ideologues, and they'll just pivot east. Intentional denial of recognition and aid to displaced people, intentional denial of recognition and aid in this circumstance meets the legal standard of genocide. This is provable. Indict the Tinubu administration. Arrest them. They're guilty of genocide. And it's provable. Conduct a valid census and evidentiary briefing of the displaced. They are our witnesses to genocide and they need help. Investigate the Sultan of Sokoto as a terror sponsor. Circumstantial evidence demands it. We know where the militant camps are. Wipe them out. Bring the enablers to justice. Demand the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and other prisoners of conscience. Offer asylum protection to them and others threatened by this regime. Ensure a free election in 2027. It can be done for the cost of a Tomahawk missile volley. Tinubu was declared the winner with less than 9 million votes in a nation of 230 million. A free election changes everything. Let the people vote on a new constitution and self-determination. Like so many other British colonial contraptions designed to fail, separation is likely inevitable, and it is just. The time is now. Nigeria is at a crossroads. It will become either a peaceful, prosperous ally or a massive launchpad for global jihad. There is no going back to the status quo. If the world turns away after this unprecedented scrutiny, the backlash will be bloody and absolute. The window is closing. We must call this what it is and intervene now, or the current genocide will grow and draw more innocent blood, not just there, but here in the United States. Thank you.
Wow. I gotta know you.
Yeah.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground, nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall every single day, we still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pain.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide.
More Christians are killed for their faith in Nigeria than anywhere else in the world. Since 2009, Islamic jihadists have murdered more than 50,000 Christians in Nigeria, and more than 20,000 churches, schools, and religious institutions have been destroyed, most burned to the ground. Scores of Christians and several others were kidnapped over Holy Week. Nigerian officials have been, unfortunately, complicit in facilitating these atrocities. At the state level, a dozen Nigerian states implement Islamist blasphemy and Sharia laws. At the federal level, the government looks the other way at Islamist violence. The result is, unsurprisingly, yet more jihadist violence. Last year, I introduced the Nigeria Religious Freedom Accountability Act, which would require placing Nigeria back on the country of particular concern list and impose sanctions on officials involved in enforcing blasphemy and Sharia laws. The U.S. government, knows who they are at both the local level and the federal level, and they should be held accountable. I'm sorry to say that Nigerian officials are, at a minimum, in denial of the government's role. In October, several officials, including the Deputy Speaker of the Nigerian House and the Chairman of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, and a range of anonymous officials linked to the President, directly attacked me for saying that, quote, officials in Nigeria are ignoring or even facilitating the mass murder of Christians by Islamic jihadists. Last year, I met with a delegation of top Nigerian defense and security officials. They said they were committed to ending the violence. I told them I would judge their commitment by the results. Those results have yet to materialize. President Trump has established that the United States will use all tools of statecraft to counter the violence. He ordered that Nigeria be added to the CPC list, and in December he ordered the Department of War to target ISIS terrorists in response to their massacre of Christians. I'll note that the Nigerian government said at the time that it welcomed and indeed requested the actions. I find their statements to be somewhere between hypocritical and infuriating. In December, the president said that jihadists have been targeting Christians in Nigeria, quote, at levels not seen for many years and even centuries. What does the situation look like now, several months later, and what can and should the United States do to stop the mass murder of Christians?
Good afternoon, my fellow citizens, Biafrans, and all of us of freedom worldwide. We have a question to ask, especially those that identify themselves as Nigerian. If you identify yourself as a Nigerian, are you better off in Nigeria? Do you love the current situation in Nigeria? Is Nigeria working for you? And for my fellow citizens, Biafrans, it's time we exit, of which we don't identify ourselves as Nigeria anymore. We are fighting to exit Nigeria. We'll do everything within our reach. We are Biafrans, we are not Nigeria. And for those that still be campaigning as Nigeria, ask yourself this question again. Is Nigeria working for you? Nigeria is not a country. Nigeria is built on faulty foundation by the British government, and it's not working. Millions of people have been massacred from 1967 to 1970, the genocidal war, the Nigerian terrorist state killed Biafrans in millions, while the North that have been killed today, and also the Middle Belt and the Southwest part of Nigeria, they all colluded. They fought the Biafran people and asked them today, is Nigeria working for them? The northern part of Nigeria is crying, while the Middle Belt crying. That means Nigeria is not working. We encourage the people of the Middle Belt to rise up, fight for their freedom. Southwest, Oduduwa, Yoruba people, rise up, fight for your freedom. Nigeria is not a country and will never be a country. A former presidential candidate, a terrorist called Peter Obi, he acknowledged that Nigeria breeds criminals. And he is also a criminal. Nigeria breed him. A former president and a vice president in the name of Goodluck Jonathan also acknowledged that Nigeria is not a country. The British people are trying to make it work, but it's not working because the people are different. People speak different language, different religion, different culture, different ideology. While the Biafrans from the east are practicing live and let live, and the northern part are using jihadists to Islamize them, to terrorize them. We are different people. Please, let's ask Nigeria this question. Where is the next place that we attack? Nigerian government. Where is next place you will deploy your military terrorists that have colluded with the terrorist state, Islamic terrorists, to kill the innocent Biafran Christians, Nigerian Christians? Nigerian government, where is the next place you target? Where is Dangote? Dangote sponsor these terrorists. Shetima sponsor these terrorists. Kwankwaso, Gumi, Sanusi, Sultan of Sokoto, and also Tunubu. These people are all terrorists. They sponsor terrorists. They sponsor the insecurity. A former president named Obasanjo made it clear that insecurity in Nigeria can never stop. This is a former president. He said insecurity can never stop. Do you know why? Because the government of Nigeria sponsored the insecurity. While the North is burning now, they are crying. Middle Belt is burning, the people of Middle Belt are crying. These are people that have been clamoring for years of one Nigeria, unity of Nigeria. How will Nigeria be united? Why the people are different? If Nigeria is such a great country, wonderful country, why do you think United States of America will issue a statement warning her citizens not to travel to some part of Nigeria, if not all Nigeria? Why do you think United States of America will close the embassy in Abuja? Because Nigeria is collapsing. Nigeria is at brink of war. Nigeria is going down. Please, Biafrans, our freedom is in our hand. Our freedom is now. And for the people of Middle Belt, rise up. Fight for your own country. Stop this, your one Nigerianist. It's not working. The more you call on one Nigeria, the more they kill you. The more you believe in Nigeria, the more you die. Lucky target. When so-called patriots of Nigeria once protest against the injustice, the same Nigerian terrorist state unleashed her military to kill innocent protesters. Nigeria is a disgraced country. It's not working. Please, citizens of that contraption, ask the federal government, ask Nigeria, the next place they will attack. Because they know all the terrorists by name. They know their house, they know where they live, they know their hiding place. And for all the terrorists in Biafra land, both those so-called former governors and the present illegitimate governors and senators that are bringing these terrorists to our land, all be brought down. Without doubt, these are the so-called terrorists you believe. Nothing will separate you and them. Fight for your freedom. Thank you from here. God bless United States of America. God bless Biafra Republic. Thank you.
More Christians are killed for their faith in Nigeria than anywhere else in the world. Since 2009, Islamic jihadists have murdered more than 50,000 Christians in Nigeria, and more than 20,000 churches, schools, and religious institutions have been destroyed, most burned to the ground. Scores of Christians and several others were kidnapped over Holy Week. Nigerian officials have been, unfortunately, complicit in facilitating these atrocities. At the state October, several officials, including the Deputy Speaker of the Nigerian House and the Chairman of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, and a range of anonymous officials linked to the President, directly attacked me for saying that, quote, officials in Nigeria are ignoring or even facilitating the mass murder of Christians by Islamic jihadists. Last year, I met with a delegation of top Nigerian defense and security officials. They said they were committed to ending the violence. I told them I would judge their commitment by the results. Those results have yet to materialize. President Trump has established that the United States will use all tools of statecraft to counter the violence. He ordered that Nigeria be added to the CPC list, and in December he ordered the Department of War to target ISIS terrorists in response to their massacre of Christians. I'll note that the Nigerian government said at the time that it welcomed and indeed requested the actions. I find their statements to be somewhere between hypocritical and infuriating. In December, the president said that jihadists have been targeting Christians in Nigeria, quote, at levels not seen for many years and even centuries. What does the situation look like now, several months later, and what can and should the United States do to stop the mass murder of Christians?
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground, nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall every single day. We still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who goes stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears, you can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pains.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water,
people they pray for. You can change a life today.
No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
Thus Solomon finished the house of the Lord and the king's house, and all that came into Solomon's heart to make in the house of the Lord, and in his own house he prosperously effected. And the Lord appeared to Solomon by night and said to him, I have heard your prayer and have chosen this place to myself for a house of sacrifice. If I shut up heaven, that there be no rain, or if I command the locusts to devour the land, or if I send pestilence among my people, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Now my eyes shall be open and my ears attent to the prayer that is made in this place. For now I have chosen and sanctified this house, that my name may be there forever, and my eyes and my heart shall be there perpetually. And as for you, if you will walk before me, as David your father walked, and do according to all that I have commanded you, and shall observe my statutes and my judgments, then will I establish the throne of my kingdom according to as I have covenanted with David your father, saying, there shall not fail you as a man to be ruler in Israel. But if you turn away and forsake my statutes and my commandments, which I have set before you, and shall go and serve other gods and worship